Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for today's Resource Adequacy Modeling and Program Design Working Group meeting. My name is Isabella Nicosia, representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs, and I'll be helping out with the WebEx today. I'm also joined on the line by our facilitator, Jeff McDonald. Before we get started, I just want to make you all aware that the presentation for today is available out on the Resource Adequacy Modeling and Program Design webpage on the ISO website. You can get to that page by going to CAISO.com. And you'll see under the Stay Informed tab, you'll want to click Policy Initiatives. That will take you out to our main initiative landing page. And then down towards the bottom, you'll see Resource Adequacy Modeling and Program Design listed there. And this presentation will be one of the very first items posted to that page. So as usual, this call is being recorded for informational and convenience purposes only. Any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. And then just please keep in mind that these collaborative working groups are intended to stimulate open dialogue and engage different perspectives. And while we welcome comments and feedback, please just keep those professional and respectful. We will be pausing for questions throughout the working group today. So if you connected to audio through your computer, you can raise your hand by selecting the raise hand icon, which is located at the bottom of your screen. If you dialed in separately to the conference, you'll need to press #2 to raise your hand. So we'll keep an eye on the phone only line as well. And then just a reminder to please state your name and affiliation before making your comment or asking your question. And then you can also send your question through the chat to all panelists. We'll be monitoring that today as well. So this slide here just shows where we are in context of the larger stakeholder process. So we're here at the discussion paper and working group stage before getting into the full proposal development of the issue paper and straw proposal. All right, the agenda for today, in just a moment, I'm going to hand things off to Jeff to go through welcome and goals and then review the feedback we received on problem statements 2 and 3. And then we'll take a quick break and come back and hear from the ISO on the continued exploration of problem statements, specifically deliverability. And then we'll have another presentation from the ISO, just a prior 2021 UCAP proposal refresher from Anya, Abdul, and Catalin. And then we'll break for lunch and come back and hear from the CPUC after lunch on the RA proceeding UCAP scoping. And then we'll have a panel discussion. So we'll hear from stakeholders on their perspectives on balancing resource counting with availability and performance incentives. Then we'll take a quick break again this afternoon and then wrap up with a presentation from the ISO on potential modeling frameworks and then hand things off to Jeff for next steps. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Jeff and we'll get started with welcome and goals.
Great, thank you very much. Well, welcome everyone. It's good to have everybody back for another working group, RA working group meeting. And so we'll go, typically we go through the working group goals, high-level goals, and then talk a little bit about what the meeting goals are. And then we'll break into a discussion of the comments that we got on problem statement 2 and 3. If you look through the slides, before now, you might have noticed there's 2 slides that are titled not problem statement 2 or 3. So this set of comments, I've seen the specificity in the comments, mature as we've gone through these meetings. And this last set of comments were very specific, and commenters were, willing to share more detail about more different aspects of the various problem statements that are being considered. And some of them didn't appear to necessarily clearly fall into problem statement 2 or 3. So they're grouped, but we'll go through those because there are some interesting ones in there, and hopefully we'll have a good discussion on that. I would like to say before we get to, well, I'll save my comments on your comments for when we get to that in a couple of slides. So let's move to slide 7, please. Thank you. So the working group goals. And we've covered this at the beginning of each meeting, develop principles and goals. We spent some time talking about that early on in this working group series of meetings. We haven't talked specifically about them in a couple of meetings. If it looks like we need to further refine them or expand them, please include that in your comments, and we will be sure to make room for that in the schedule. But it seemed like everyone had a general sense of what the principles and goals are, and some folks had provided their own comments for expansion of that. So form initial problem statements, and that's happened already. So we've been talking about refining those, and also getting a better understanding of the various sub aspects of those problem statements as we've moved through the working group meetings, through both comments, written comments submitted by participants, oral comments during the meetings, and also some presentations and deep dives from CAISO staff. So we've been, I think it's fair to say, 90% of our effort has been focused on understanding initial problem statements and potentially expanding them or refining them. And so moving on to the next item, align on priorities and establish meeting cadence. We've already done everybody submitted their priorities, and we've sort of combined those into what appears to be a stated consensus. And the meeting cadence has been set already. If anyone has an issue with the meeting cadence, we can certainly address that again. And as I mentioned, various interests have various priorities. So, we were able to get a sense from the polling and the comments submitted what the highest priorities are across the group. Refine problem statements, and I think we're in that process now. And I get the sense from the conversations and the comments submitted that certainly a large part of the working group population is very familiar with certain sub aspects of the problem statements, and have provided a lot of valuable feedback and input and discussion during the meetings. So I think that's been good. And also we've heard from the ISO in response to comments made by participants about additional analysis that can be done, and defining data needs and so forth. They've done some analysis, and they have, as stated from your comments, have identified additional analysis that can be done as well to help provide some insight into these problems before we move to the last aspect of this, which is determining action items, which is item 5 on this list. So a great question came up at the last meeting. How do we move things forward? The last meeting wasn't the first meeting where that question came up. However, it was discussed in more detail in that meeting. And so, I've given some thought to it. I've talked to CAISO staff. We've compared notes with other working groups as to how they've tried to identify issues that were mature enough to move forward and so forth. So after that offline set of conversations that have happened between myself and CAISO staff, I do have, it's on page 50, slide 50, a general proposal for a path forward, and we can talk about that at the end of this meeting. And I look forward to that, because I do think it's important to have a sense, rather than just iterate indefinitely, to have a sense of when some of these aspects have matured enough. Perhaps we haven't all agreed on the specific clear statement of the issue or what potential remedies might be. It's, most people on this call have been in the stakeholder space for a long time. It's not often possible to get full consensus, but having a way of identifying when an issue is understood well enough, there is enough consensus that the issue is material and needs to be fixed, and then maybe different ideas for how to approach, different ideas or paths for how to approach fixing it. So how do we identify when an issue's gotten to that place, so that we can perhaps spin it out of the working group and have it move forward on its own path, or know whether or not it's mature enough that we can simply write it up into an action plan and promote it to consideration in the initiative process. So So I'll cover that a little bit at the end, and we can have a discussion about that. But I think that's very important. And as you know, once some criteria are established for that, some of these sub issues, once we understand the relationship between them and have some clarity over what specifically is the problem they're causing and so forth, being able to spin those out on one path or another alleviates the working group from having to deal with that further and allows them to focus on the next highest priority issues to mature them as well. So absolutely a critical part of this, and I'm glad the issue was pushed in the last meeting. So hopefully we can get some resolution to that. So with that having been said, why don't we go ahead and move on to the next slide. So these are the goals for this meeting. So we'll go through and have a discussion about problem statement 2 and 3 again. As I mentioned, that actually my comments are really more towards problem statement 2. If you looked at the slides, you'll see I think I only identified one comment specific to problem statement 3. But there was a lot said by commenters about problem statement 2 and specifically different sub aspects of that. So I picked a couple of those to start the discussion. And again, you know, as with every meeting, and you know, the summary I've included, that you know, if you go look at the comments which are posted on the website, they were fairly robust, and there were a lot of different issues mentioned. And I was just trying to capture some of the issues that appeared to be most frequently discussed and perhaps have the most passionate comments about. But we're free in our hour covering problem statement 2 and 3. We're free to cover anything in that space. So please feel free to pipe up once we've gotten through a couple of the more meaty ones. So there is going to be a presentation from CAISO staff as well as from CPUC staff, which are intended, so 2 different presentations, and they're intended to provide some baseline or level setting for understanding of UCAP. UCAP from I guess in a sense, an operational and mechanical sense, and then also dealing with UCAP from I guess a policy sense. There's a presentation from the PUC that will cover how UCAP scoping and the RA process, you know, how they've been dealing with those together. So the CPUC discussion will be from Robert Hansen, and the ISO discussion will be Anya, Abdul, and Catlin. And those will happen, looks like, before and after launch. So hopefully getting a good level set for UCAP from a operational and a policy sense, you know, will be one of the outcomes of that. Number 4, understand different perspectives on counting, availability, and performance incentives. So this will be the first panel discussion for this working group, which is fantastic. We had quite a few people volunteer to discuss, and they represent different perspectives in the space, which is absolutely fantastic. Exactly what you want for a panel discussion. So we've got CalCCA represented by Lauren Carr. We've got CESA, Perry Servito representing CESA. We've got Peter Griffiths representing PG&E, Meg McNull representing 6 Cities, and Carrie Bentley representing WPTF. So this is going to be a fantastic panel, and we'll cover, you know, sort of the rules of the road for the panel when we get there. But a lot of different perspectives represented, and I think it's going to be a great discussion. So I'm looking forward to that. And so with that said, moving on, we will be also receiving a presentation regarding different aspects of modeling. And so as with other modeling presentations have been a persistent thread throughout this working group. And so hopefully this will address some specific shortcomings in understanding, stimulate some discussion on CAISO modeling. And then finally, at the end of the meeting, we'll discuss a straw proposal for path forward for identifying mature issues that can be promoted to consideration in the initiative process. So I would stop for comments or questions there. So let's go ahead and stop and see if there's any comments or questions based on this so far before we move on to discussing problem statement 2 and 3. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands up. I'm also not seeing any comments in the chat. So let's go ahead and move on to the next slide, please. And next slide, please. Okay. So as I mentioned, and I hope interested parties did avail themselves of the having a look at the comments as posted on the CAISO website. As I mentioned, I felt like they were a richer set of comments in general, not just in some of the explanation provided, but also in the sort of breadth of subtopics that were brought up by a larger proportion of participants. So I think that's good. I think that reflects the working group progressing in its understanding, and not just its understanding of the broader subtopics, but also different representatives in the working group maybe honing in or focusing in a little bit more on the sub-issues that are most important to them and the interests they represent. So as I mentioned, these summary tables are not intended to represent all of the comments. And in fact, because of the breadth and depth in the set of comments, it was actually hard to follow this format of summary table and do justice to the comments. So I've picked a couple of them from problem statement 2 to discuss. And I'm hoping we can, rather than me read off the slides, I'm hoping we can sort of jump in, and I picked 3 from problem statement 2 that I think probably will generate the most discussion. I'll try to do a reasonable job of keeping time, and so I'll leave time for other comments or discussion on problem statement 2 subparts as well. But one of the things that popped out at me at reviewing the comments is the matter of RAIM and UCAP. So RAIM appears to be the issue, and UCAP appears to be a potential solution. And so I'd like to have a discussion about that, because that was commented on by the highest proportion of commenters. And so I think it's a good discussion. I think we had a decent discussion about that last time too. So RAIM appears to be, or is perceived by some to be ineffective in its current form. And there are a couple of aspects of that, but as I understood from the comments, one aspect is, has to do with outage considerations. Another aspect, which was actually brought up last meeting, was, is there some redundancy because RAIM is a little, could be perceived as being more operational, and there are other availability mechanisms or incentives, perhaps through an allocation of a CPM cost or other means. So is RAIM redundant? And that, so that the aspect of sort of an operational incentive mechanism versus a planning incentive mechanism was brought up in the last meeting. There wasn't a lot of discussion about it, but I thought it was an interesting point. Does it make sense to have both, or should there be one or the other? And there were some outage. I believe from the comments, it was perceived that outage substitution was an issue in the RAIM space also. And I will note, so I will call out DMM for a comment they made, which I think, which I would love to hear if they're willing to speak on it, some further justification or explanation for. which I think will help level set in the group, which is they said, applying UCAP would create a level playing field. And so that's an interesting comment, because I think a level playing field is an important aspect in an open market. So I'd love to hear perhaps, a little bit later in the discussion from DMM as to how that, if they could provide some extra background to that so we could understand that a little bit better. And then finally, I noticed comments, regarding counting rules and slice a day with respect to UCAP. And are there counting rule aspects and slice a day aspects that need to be considered in the UCAP space if that solution is chosen to be the preferred solution? So having said that, and I'm just trying to pick a couple of comments, specific comments about it, but Raymond UCAP was, I believe, the most commonly discussed aspect in the comments. So I would like to open it up, and let me, actually, let me see if the DMM is on and willing to provide just a few sentences or a paragraph on the level playing field aspect of UCAP, because I think that's really important as we consider incentives and market mechanisms. Having an understanding of that might help the group in their discussion moving forward. So is someone from DMM able to talk about that a little bit? And I have not worked.
We have a hand raised from Doug Carpa. Is that DMM?
I don't know. It's been a decade since I worked in DMM. I know Ben Dawson works in DMM. Maybe we could hear from Ben Dawson first. I'm sorry, Doug, to leap over you, but yeah, let's hear from Ben.
Ben, you are now unmuted.
Hello, Jeff. Can you hear me?
Hi, Ben. Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Hello. DMM's perspective is pretty short and sweet. The idea being that if there are ambient D rates, for example, that are limiting the availability of resources across various resource types, UCAP will incorporate that and then create a level NQC playing field for RA to be traded on within the market.
Okay, so it's kind of homogenizing the product further.
Yeah, creating a more apples to apples comparison across the NQC that is in the market across our various resource types. And in that sense, then I think making the market more fungible or tradable.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Ben. So that is, in a sense, falls in the counting space broadly. Or is there anyone else who would like to chime in and talk about either the specific shortcomings of RAIM, and I think they've been discussed briefly before in the meetings, or the perceived benefit of UCAP, if anyone would like to jump in, and we do have Doug on the line, so let's go ahead and unmute Doug while others consider whether or not they'd like to chime in.
Peninsula Clean Energy, and yeah, I'd always advise you to jump over me to hear from Ben for sure. Yeah, just a little further comment to echo on the level playing field issue. It's really twofold. I think it's worth taking a look at a study that actually the IRP team and Energy Division at the CPUC did, looking at the ELCC value of fossil gas resources. And in their analysis, it was kind of interesting that UCAP does do a lot to bring the NQC value down to what value, like reliability value, gas actually provides. But if you were to use an ELCC methodology, the value of gas is actually even lower than what a full UCAP would be, that incorporates both forced outages and ambient D rates. And I think one of the things that's really also important, so that UCAP certainly goes a long way towards providing a level playing field between gas and other resources, because it's overvalued now. But I think the other interesting thing too is, because it's overvalued, if you put the outages in contingency and then drive up everybody else's requirements, you're actually shifting the cost of that bonus to everybody else who then has to procure extra to make up for it. So as you can tell, not a big fan of the current system, and UCAP certainly seems to be a pretty major step in the right direction, even if it doesn't get entirely there. And of course, for us CPC folks, you know, moving away from the moving away from ELCC entirely to slice of data is very useful.
Okay, so can I ask you to repeat something? You mentioned something and you rolled through it pretty quickly, and I don't think I caught it. You mentioned that this deficiency winds up pushing a cost or an additional procurement onto a different group of people. Could you repeat that
argument?
Yeah,
sure. And hopefully people aren't rolling their eyes at this. The theory is that if we know we've got outages in various kinds of resources, and the outage rate is internalized to some, but is externalized, and I think particularly for gas, if you're not using an ELCC methodology and not like modeling the outage rate, what ends up happening is you're modeling gas as if it's like always there, and then in old school you add to the planning reserve margin some component of the planning reserve margin is to deal with outages, right? And so if you are handling the outages that way, the PRM goes up. That means everybody's requirement goes up by some fraction to account for outages. And the outages that you're accounting for, if you're an LSE who has more renewables that have those outages internalized, you're having a higher requirement because you're taking up the slack for outages of resources that don't have the outage rate internalized, which is namely gas.
Okay.
Hope that didn't make it more confusing.
No, that helps. Thank you, Doug.
Yeah, great, thanks.
Would anyone else like to chime in on either the perceived deficiency in RAIM or comments on UCAP? Looks like we have Mohan with a hand up. Let's go ahead and unmute Mohan.
Mohan Nirola with CWR. And I had a comment on the UCAP here.
Sure.
The concern we have is if you are going to treat all the resources the same way, it could be potentially problematic for CDWR because the resources are tied to the hydrology and water demand that keep on changing frequently from annual to monthly in a significant way. And if we apply the same method for forced outages and then UCAP, it could be not representing the operational availability of the resources CWR has, because if resource availability increases with the hydrology and water demand, then the UCAP may not even represent its actual availability. So I just want to mention that the uniqueness of CWR's resources and demand as well is completely different than others.
Okay, and I'm glad you chimed in on. I did see your comment, your more expanded comment, and the way it read, it sounded like some of the CDWR resources follow different and varied load profiles. I think that was how it was characterized in the comment, and so a UCAP approach would unduly penalize them in some fashion. But would you mind expanding a little bit more on how that, I mean, different, there are other types of resources that follow different types of load profiles also. And I'm not sure and forgive me for being a step behind you, but I'm not sure I understand clearly how that how you're disadvantaged by UCAP because of that. If you don't mind, if you could explain it in a little more detail for me, I think myself and maybe some people in the group would appreciate understanding that better.
Yeah, I think we have annual forecasts for next year sometime in August or September that provides the demand forecast for the annual plan and also for the resources qualifying capacity values. Then we have updated load and resource study that comes on almost every month. That represents the hydrology, and hydrology becomes more and more reliable compared to the annual when you come closer to the month, and the capacity can increase or decrease. The demand can increase or decrease compared to annual, and it can be a significant amount. It's not like other IOUs that more or less you can predict the demand and resources. So that we have done our analysis, and it shows that the uniform approach may not work. It may not represent the true availability of resources, even with the UCAP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And also, I would like to comment on the UCAP. Like, for example, if you're going to use the UCAP method, maybe going by resource type, for example, fuel type. One of the ISO's presentations showed that gas resource had about 10 to 12% force outages compared to hydro resources, I think about 2%. So maybe focusing on particular resource that is giving more contribution to outage may be a good approach.
So tell me if I'm correct or not in restating this, rather than apply a solution across all resource types, you're suggesting focus on the resource types that have the higher outage frequency.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you.
And next in line is Lisa with Gridwell. Hi, Lisa.
You hear me?
I can hear you now. Yep.
Okay, great. And just to elaborate, I'm representing Microsoft.
Okay.
And so I just wanted to chime in and say we certainly are very thankful for the focus on improving RA and looking at reliability. And to chime in here, certainly supportive of a UCAP conversation and looking at how we can value capacity a little more. I just also want to kind of point out, I'm not sure UCAP and RAIM are so tied together potentially in this. RAIM's availability incentive, of course, availability incentive mechanism. And so making sure that we're thinking about how we can proactively make sure resources are showing up when we need them. Part of making sure they're valued properly, but also maybe expanding the conversation of how resources perform when needed is the full part of that conversation. So thank you.
Okay, hey, Lisa, can I ask you a follow-up question?
Sure.
So right at the end there, you noted that that we need to focus on resource. So there's the availability discussion, but you threw in right at the end, ensuring that they perform when needed. And so the performance in that context is different from availability. Do you have any thoughts or anything to add that might move the discussion of performance when needed forward?
It's a great question. I
don't mean to put you on the spot. It's an interesting concept, and you threw it in right at the end.
Sure, and I'd of course invite everyone to think about this, and I really did tee it up just so we are considering the bigger picture, so to speak. We did submit in our comments. We're very interested in looking at the sort of the midterm study, and I know we'll talk about this later in the day, but that could bring some light to what sort of capacity outlook we have. Not that this is the forum, but forward procurement on the system level. And I'm not advocating to the CPUC here right now, but if resources are incentivized by a capacity commitment, they may very well ensure that they're investing in themselves in the midterm to make sure that they can show up at when the price, I mean, ultimately it comes down to the market price signal. And if there are high prices in the day ahead or real-time market, we would hope that resources would want to perform to that. Now we have to back up a little bit. And if they are given a commitment 3 years out, they are then insured some sort of revenue return through their capacity payment, and they will, I believe, in kind make their investments to be able to show up when called upon. So those are some, they're in our comments. I invite you all to check those out, but just things to throw out there for conversation.
Great. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we have Doug back, Doug Carpa.
I'm just very enthusiastic about these topics. One other issue, sort of tangentially, and is to be aware of is the impacts of substitution. As one of the, and I, how to phrase this delicately, I have a conjecture that the needs for substitution requirements may end up undermining reliability in a tight market if entities that have access to excess capacity end up not offering it to the market. And so you end up with a lot of resources that have no must offer obligation because they've never signed an RA deal, because they're being held on to make to be used as substitution capacity in the event that it's needed.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sort of like, well, if you've got substitute capacity, that's great because you're backfilling for something that went on outage, so that helps reliability. And so kind of a fact-based question of whether that's more common than just having shortfalls because you just don't have enough RA signed up and in the market, and you've got an overall shortfall like we've been having in the last period. And so I do think that there's some questions to be asked about substitution requirements and whether on balance, does that help or hurt reliability? Because the impacts of holding it back for substitution.
Sure.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting point, and I'd like to ask you a follow-up question if you don't mind sticking around for another minute.
Of course not.
So okay, good. So we've talked. So this has come up a number of times in the last, several, probably 3 meetings. The issue of some participants not offering, and I don't know if we can distinguish between offering and actually selling their capacity as RA. Maybe it was offered and it wasn't procured previously, right? And so now they have it sort of in the last minute, if you will. But the question for me is, how do we wind up in a situation where we needed more? So I'm less familiar with the specific empirics of California RA showings and price over the last couple of years. But is it the case that RA is being under procured, or is it the case that the RA that is procured isn't showing up? And I'm sorry to ask the question that way, but it is, I think, the root of the issue that you brought up.
Yeah, sort of neither. I mean, I guess that it's being maybe it's not showing up because it's being under procured because it's not being offered.
Okay, but the showings, everyone's showing as much RA as they need to up to the last showing, right? And so is that correct, or are we seeing?
Oh, well, yeah, I guess that's right. On the CAISO end, that is true that you all only found a deficiency just recently. but it reflects what the CPUC has also been showing and what market participants have been seeing in the market for a while, which is that there's just not quite enough resource out there, given the way things are counted, to make up the total.
Gotcha.
Make up the total. Or there's like barely enough. So if there's any inefficiency in the system, if there's anything not being contracted for, you're going to have a shortfall overall. So it's like any inefficiency in the market's going to show up and be problematic. And that may be a transient problem as more resources get built, and so the market supply just expands. But yeah,
Okay.
it's
So
sort of all of the above.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate the way you articulated it. That was a nice, concise way of piecing together different parts of different conversations that have happened over the last few meetings. So appreciate it, Doug. Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to make sure to like not cast aspersions on folks because I think everybody's acting rationally.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you can still hear Doug, I think the last time we talked about this, I think I referred to it as risk management rather than withholding or hoarding. And so to your comment of it's rational behavior, it may just be a very rational way to manage risk for participants that have additional qualified capacity. So anyway, that's just my comment. And thank you, Doug. Looks like Carrie Bentley's next. Hi, Carrie.
I just wanted to chime in on that last discussion item to answer your question directly about what we're seeing, and I think kind of pull up on the problem statement a bit. From our perspective, we're operating out of a hole. We've been short the amount of capacity we needed to have a 1 in 10 reliability standard, to even perhaps meet our RA requirement, which is less than a 1 in 10. So to me, that's the biggest problem, but that's not one that CAISO can solve. So they have to take where they are and say, how do we operate in this very extreme scarce environment, and also plan for the fact that the CPUC knows this is occurring and is telling everyone to contract and build as fast as they can. So even though we're in a hole, we're building ourselves out of the hole. So I think the tough part when we talk about problem statements is to acknowledge that we are consistently in California in a state of transition, and it takes 2 years to get any sort of policy changes around. So it's important not to just talk about problem statements today, but to think, what's going to be a problem statement that continues. And for us, there are 2 main ones that are a function of the monthly RA construct. The first one is how hard it is for planned outages to be managed by the CAISO. We've seen this recently during the winter events, during the summer events, when the entire West is tight. It seems like planned outages of both transmission and generation have occurred at the exact wrong time. Maybe not for California, but for the entire West. But in order to do generation and transmission joint planning, you have to have more slack in your RA program. And we don't have any slack. We plan to exactly what we need every single month, which is different than other ISOs that do have, joint transmission and generation planning. So because we have that construct, you have to have exactly what you need each month, then we have the 100% substitution requirement, right? Not just for forced outages, but now on the planned outage side, if you want to take a planned outage and your resource adequacy and you're needed, you have to provide 100% substitution. And so this gets directly to your question where you said, are RA resources just not showing up? The answer is kind of yes, because what has happened is they've put in a planned outage and they've flipped it to forced. So we've actually seen a dramatic increase in forced outages of RA resources since that 100% planned outage substitution was put into place. Because we can't find planned outage substitution. So you still have to take your outage or it starts to get dangerous, right? Not to do routine maintenance. So all of a sudden we have a bunch of RA on forced outages. And how you solve that, that's not solved by RAIM or UCAP or, Flex RA. That's solved by kind of a redesign of the program, which, I don't know if is in scope or not. But we just wanted to articulate that to us, that's really the biggest issue we're facing. And that takes a high level programmatic change that doesn't seem to be in here.
Okay. Hey, that's very helpful. Thank you. And thank you very much for that. And your comment at the end, we asked in the last round of comments, do you see this working group and the issues that it's dealing with being able to be solved in an incremental or additive way, or is does this collectively require a more systemic, I don't think we use the word overhaul, but a more systemic change rather than changing individual parts. And it sounds like you feel there may be a need for a more systemic change.
We do, but it's very hard for us to advocate for that because WPTF's #1 policy goal is alignment between the CPUC and the CAISO. And if you have the CAISO diverge into a seasonal construct and CPUC stays monthly, we're now diverging. So I hate to offer problems with no solutions. But yeah, WPTF is a little hamstrung in our policy positions here because you have a rational policy and you need kind of joint agency fixes, and that's very difficult.
Okay, no, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Carrie.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Doug is maybe back in the queue. Doug, are you back in?
Nope.
Okay.
No, I'm not. Sorry.
Okay, that's all right. And then Noah was next. Noah Tang with Middle River.
You know, I will agree completely with what Carrie just said. So, and we've been asking through the working group process here, you know, sort of can the ISO, can we narrow down and identify the actual problem with RAIN? And we've asked for data on, you know, what types of resources are exempt, or how many megawatts of resources are exempt, types of resources, and so on and so forth. I still haven't seen that come out, and so I think we're talking about very maybe everybody's talking about little different things about RAIN and why they hate RAIN, and as well as outage substitution. So maybe what if we can get out of this today is sort of a to-do item of let's provide some information to back up what we are trying to say about a particular problem statement. I think that would be very helpful.
Okay. Okay, great. Yeah, thanks. That would be great. And I think based on what I'm hearing, I think a clear articulation of at least this cluster of issues, a clear articulation of their relationship and the problems that they're causing. And then, as you mentioned, out of that might come some clarity on what type of analysis would be helpful. So thank you, Noah. And next we have Steve Keen. Hi, Steve.
I want to push back a little on what Carrie said, because I think one of the questions that I have that the CAISO could provide support is because of the monthly obligations that we have in RA, except for the summer months, not all resources are needed. And it's always been my thought that the purpose of that was so that resources could choose not to be an RA resource, you know, for a month that's off. So for February or March or October. And that is the month when they would do their planned maintenance. So one of the things, you know, one of the questions that I have is just, is that actually happening? Are resources scheduling to do planned maintenance in months when they're not providing RA? Is that actually what's going on? Or, you know, basically, are the same resources providing RA for 12 months out of the year, and then other ones are providing it, you know, for pieces of that, and then on those other months either not doing anything or providing it to, you know, other parts of the West. So one thing, you know, that's something that I would be really interested in is how that process worked. And I worked on, and when we set up some of the substitution stuff at the CAISO, because that was, you know, that was 10, 12 years ago when the CPUC was dropping its substitution rules. And what we tried to set up was a reasonable process where, you know, the assumption was that resources would take their major planned maintenance outages during months when they weren't providing RA, hence they'd be ready for the summer months. But then in those months also, you know, we'd put in something, I can't remember what we could, like an opportunity outage. You know, if you needed to take 12 hours off, you know, you needed to take 12-hour maintenance to do something quick, just something broke that you needed to fix or whatever. You could try and schedule that with the CAISO for a period when apparently you weren't, when it wasn't likely that you would be needed. And I don't know, I don't know how the rules seem to have changed since then, and I haven't been following them that close, but I'd just like to have information on that. How do the generators schedule their planned maintenance outages? Are they doing it in months when they're not RA, and how much? And I guess the other question for them, because I've never worked for a generating company, so I don't know how much can they schedule these maintenance outages, and how much of them are, it just has to happen when it has to happen.
Okay. Nope, that would be some interesting analysis to get. And without speaking on behalf of CAISO, it seems like the last part you asked about whether or not the scheduling of the maintenance outage is flexible. I don't know that CAISO would have that, but at least looking at planned outages by month by RA resource is probably fairly straightforward to look at and would be interesting. So thank you, Steve.
Okay.
Moen. Hi.
Hi,
Hi, Moen.
this is Mohan with CWR. So with regard to this topic on outage substitution, so I would like to give one example that an example is that resource goes on planned outage during the daytime and it comes back in operation in the evening, super peak hour, where system needs the most, and the resource is still on planned outage, but it is providing, generation and reliability support in the super peak hour. So maybe, instead of having whole day planned outage, maybe if the resource can provide generation during super peak hour where ISO's reserve margin is tighter, and allowing that resource to come back and count for substitution, that may be a solution to some of the problems. I don't know if it is practical or not, but the current rules will allow only to take outage for the whole day.
Okay.
The example is that we have seen that the resource goes on outage, does the work all day, and back online during super peak hour. So that is not being counted as a reliability resource or support of any kind. Just a thought about that.
Okay. Great. That's an interesting potential solution. It might be circumstantial for some types of resources and some types of outages, but I appreciate you putting that forward. Thank you, Mohan.
Thank you.
By the way, Jeff, this is Parth. I'd note that Abdul's on from who was our manager of a lot of our outage processes and can probably answer some of the questions that Steve and Mohan had. But yeah, I just was flagging that for you, Jeff. So appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Partha. And we have Noah back here, and maybe after Noah, we could get Abdul on to talk about some of the outage issues that have been brought up. So let's go to Noah first, and then we'll head over to Abdul.
Hi, this is Noah Tom from Middle River Power again. Just to respond to Steve Keen's question, I think there's an underlying, I wonder whether or not there's an underlying assumption that outages are for an entire month, particularly on a planned basis for generation owners. And that may not be true because, sometimes we may have full month outages. Other times we may have, a week or 2 week outages, stuff like that. And we can plan those ahead of time. And so in that case, then the question comes to, do we take the resource completely out for, or not become RA essentially for that period of time? when the supply plans, the ISO RA obligations are essentially on a 1 month basis. And so the product and the granularity of outages do not exactly match up. And so then the question is, well, if you show said resource, even if it's on outage, what can you do with other resources when you're buying it from the market? And then you're potentially buying weekly, daily type of products for substitution. Or maybe you're right, you're holding back another resource from your portfolio if you have it to provide the same substitution. It is sort of the question of why this happens is mainly when you're signing contracts with counterparties. You may be signing multi-year contracts, and that you cannot predict when you're going to have such outages so far in advance. And so what we have with regards to planned outage space, substitution procurement, and the bilateral market, we're not exactly trading or having the same products or wanting the same products that is perfectly aligned with what we need in reality.
Yeah,
so hopefully maybe we can start a dialogue if Steve has questions. I'm happy sort of stay on for a few more seconds or so.
Yeah, so I appreciate that, and we'll invite Steve to come back if he likes. But Noah, so one of the just thinking off the top of my head, one of the byproducts of what you just described is that the system kind of has to be overbuilt. If a lot of resources can do their maintenance in a week, but they can't be counted for the whole month without being substituted for the whole month by another, by like qualified capacity, you increase the extent to which you have to overbuild the system because of the mismatch in a monthly RA product with potentially weekly outage and potential weekly substitution. Is that what I'm?
Well,
is
no,
that correct?
I don't think overbuilding is quite the right term, because we're looking at two different time frames. Install capacity is somewhere around 50 gigs in California, right, for NQC counting, and you have to have so many resources in order to meet September peaks. But what we're talking about is February, March, April, or shoulder month time periods in which loads are really, relatively speaking, 50% maybe of those peaks. And so if you're comparing 50 gigs to 30 gigs of need, then maybe that would be qualifying as overbuild, but that's not really, because you can't shut down and all of a sudden magically have a plant come online, essentially, appear just to meet September peaks, right? So we'd have to think about this on a full year or multi-year basis.
I see what you're saying. Yep, I appreciate the clarification of my statement. Thank you. And so Steve's back in the queue. Steve, please go ahead, and we'll have a dialogue with Steve and Noah.
Yeah, this is Steve Keen from SCE. Yeah, I mean, getting back to what you guys were just talking about is kind of what I was getting at, which is, we need 50,000 gigs for September, but for, October through March or April, I'm not sure, but the RA amount is maybe like 15,000, or it's like 35,000. So there should be, 15,000 megawatts worth of resources that don't need to show up in each of those months. And, that was always kind of the assumption that I had, is that resources would essentially provide RA for, 11 months out of the year, and then they have 1 month off. And no, this is kind of the question I have, and I hear a lot of what you're saying, and it may just be contracting. It's who's responsible for this sort of stuff and various things. And it may be, like you said, that you can't always predict what month this is multi-years ahead, but I was assuming that you know, some percentage of the resources would not be listed as RA in December, and that's when they could take their outages without having to worry about substitution or anything else. And then, you know, there's another chunk that could take them in January and another chunk that could take them in February and March, and that at least a lot of the, you know, the typical annual maintenance type stuff would be done in that sense. Like I said, I don't work for generators, so I don't know if that's the way things are done or not. But I think that would be helpful, at least to me, to understand, you know, how much of the maintenance that's done on a generator is, you know, let's say non-time critical, meaning it can be scheduled in those off months, and how much of it is, you know, based on, I don't know, runtime, and, you know, it has to happen after so many hours so that you can't really control when that's going to happen, and you may have to take it out for, you know, a period of time whenever you get to that point. So, you know, if that happens in July, you have to take it out in July.
Yeah, so I mean, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'd like to hear, you know, and I don't know that you have an answer ready, but whatever you can offer, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you were to sort of split this down based on the NQC list, right? What we are seeing is it's, you know, it's averaging, or maybe not averaging, it's hovering around 47 gigs in the shoulder months, and then going up to about 50 gigs in the summer months. And so if resource requirements are, sorry, if load requirements are you know, in the 30 gig range, you have about here, based on these NQC lists, you have about 18 gigs of surplus. And so the question is how many megawatts of resources you're expecting to be on outage in those shoulder months all at the same time, and whether or not the 18 gigs is sufficient to sort of spread all around for replacement purposes.
Okay, that makes sense. How do we, because I was going to ask you, you know, how do we do that analysis? How do we, and maybe this is something that the CAISO can look at, is because I don't know, like how many RA resources are listed on RA for every month? You know, what proportion of the RA resource, the NQC, is listed every month of the year, all 12? And how many of them are listed, you know, significantly less? So I guess, you know, what I'd be looking at is maybe you could, you know, if we put down, you know, 1 month, 2 months, down to 12 months, and then the NQCs that are listed, you know, so how many resources are only listed as RA for 1 month out of the year? How many are listed for 2 months? How many are listed for, you know, all 12 months?
Yeah, and would you then be focusing on thermal resources only, or any type of technology? Because certain resources, you know, if you look at solar resources, their NQC values are pretty close to 0 in the shoulder months.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking of all resources, but yeah, maybe break it down by the different types.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not because I just don't know. I would you know, this is, you know, honestly, I'd like to know how those resources are managed and used and show up.
Let me jump in for just a second, Steve and Noah. So this has been helpful and interesting, and it sounds like this might be something that we could have focus on a panel discussion, and also sounds like some analysis from the ISO might be helpful in informing that discussion as well. I really appreciate the discussion and you sharing it with us. I would like to move on. We only have 10 more minutes in this segment, but I will warn you that this sounds like a panel discussion, and you sound like maybe the first two panelists.
All right, thanks.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thanks.
All right, thank you. That was great. And I hate to I hate to cut it off, but we do have only 10 more minutes. I did want to get to Abdul and see if Abdul has any comments on some of the outage discussion that's happened. So Abdul, please go ahead if you'd like.
Oh, thank you, Jeff. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, I'll be quick. I think a lot of ideas and thoughts were shared here, and I think they're really good. There's really good discussion. I think what it shows is really there's a problem with the existing outage substitution process, and I think we're all suffering from it. I think there's a lot of, I heard some solutions that are discussed there. I don't think we want to talk about solutions here, but definitely from a problem statement, I think what we're seeing is some of the challenges people face. Really quick few thoughts here about what I heard. I think, first of all, about data. I think I see DMM folks post some of the data Noah talked about, the RAIM exemptions during peak hours, non-exempt versus exempt. That's in their annual report. I received a note there. So you can look at the annual report. And then to Steve's point, we did post the historic aggregated shown RA capacity. Also, we posted it, I think, last month for the past 5 years, I think. So there's a lot of aggregated data. We can't obviously post specific data, but a lot of aggregated data that might help in the if you know, Steve and team, if you guys want to look at that and let us know if you have questions, aggregated RA showings data. So I think that's a good place to see how much capacity is shown versus you can look at the total NQC and how much is shown, and that could give you a percentage or megawatt of what's being shown in the shoulder months. But I think from an outage perspective, planned outage process, people do different things. I'm not a generator either, but we work with them all the time, and people do different things. Some of them, a lot prefer to schedule their outages in the off-peak months, and especially if they're doing long outages, a month or multi-month. Some of them elect not to show as, they don't show it as RA and stay out of the substitution rules and just do their maintenance and then come back as RA. And some get their substitution ready and provide it. But I mean, obviously, everyone has to provide their substitution unless they're exempt. But I think some of them do it one way, some do it another way. But generally speaking, there's different scenarios, really. I think we can't pinpoint, does it have to happen now or can it be scheduled to a further date? That varies. Some planned outages, they reach critical point and the resource needs to do their maintenance. And they're like, CAISO, I mean, if I don't do the maintenance now, I'll have to do it soon. This might end up being a forced outage or the unit tripping. So sometimes it's critical, and sometimes no, it's just maintenance work, checkup, stuff like that, and they can reschedule if needed. But I think in most cases, I don't want to say all, but in most cases, there's a challenge of finding substitution and aligning it with RA, and then RA impacting the generator's ability to maintaining the unit. So I think that's a challenge for the generator. It's a challenge for the CAISO because we want to make sure the fleet is well maintained, and that's the fleet we use to ensure reliability. So unfortunately, there's not one answer that I can give you, or the data, I guess, specific data to Steve's point, but it's all over the spectrum. The common thing is the challenge of aligning planned outages and finding substitution at the same time. That's been definitely a common problem, and that's why we put it here in a problem statement. And it sounds like everyone is agreeing that it is a major problem. Solutions is probably something we can talk about later. Quickly to Mohan's point, I think right now the RA construct is a monthly showing, and it's a static value per day. So we're doing an hourly, looking at doing an hourly, is the resource available for a peak? It's available for the super peak hours, and therefore in the off peak can go on an outage or use a substitution. That flexibility in the current RA contract is not really an option for the CAISO. We do have off-peak opportunity outages, planned outages that are off-peak in the off-peak hours or in the weekends and holidays. These are exempt. We allow generators that can fulfill these rules to take those outages without providing substitution. But beyond that, it's tough. We don't have the mechanism to assess hourly RA and determine when exactly pinpoint the need. I think we had a higher level process, system need on a daily basis, and we said, this is when we need you and this is when we don't need you. And then that's how we assigned substitution. That process became not very effective with the tight capacity market. Essentially, I think someone mentioned earlier, maybe Carrie, essentially we're asking everyone to substitute even before we implemented this new average substitution process, because it got so tight and it's a single assessment at the daily level. So definitely a full discussion I would recommend a full discussion when we talk about solutions, how we can solve this properly and effectively that works for the generators, it works for the CAISO. So TBD on that, but really great discussion here. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Abdul. Appreciate it. So we do have a couple minutes left. We won't get to the slides that are issues that were not problem statement 2 and not problem statement 3, but there was one issue that was made in the comments that identified as probably being in problem statement 3. So that's the LRA RA responsibility and cost allocation, and it's with BAA RSC. There were a couple of mentions, I believe, in the written comments, and some of them had I saw the terms sufficiency tests. I see with respect to SCE commented about assessing a month ahead RA and also the day ahead RSC. And so, it was 6 cities in CalCCA that talked about a day ahead sufficiency test. So given that we have just a couple minutes left for this portion of the meeting, if someone would like to chime in and just provide some context for the group, we can get back to this. This seems to be, although it wasn't mentioned very much, it does seem to be a fairly important issue. So if you'd like to chime in and make a comment, we probably have time for a couple of comments. We have Steve Keen. Hi, Steve.
Hi, Steve Keen from Edison. I just want to explain, our comments were kind of getting at the fact that there is a relationship between the RA and this RSE. And I think what we were saying is that's something we'd like to look at, is what that relationship is. It's not one for one, obviously, because the day ahead RSE can use things that are non-RA resources. But there is somewhat, we thought it might be useful to look at how RA, the RA showings for the month and how that translates into what would be an RSE for the day. Most of the time, those are probably going to, if you pass RA, if we have enough RA for that month, we're probably going to pass the RSE. But it would be interesting to look at some of that data and just see, and then see what the relationship is. The other thought is, as we move into EDAM doesn't have an RA construct, it has RSE only. So I think the other thing that we were thinking is that looking at that, how those two interact might be helpful as we move forward in EDAM into understanding, the relationship in that market, what RSE does, how it's different from RA, and what the differences will be between the CAISO market with RA and the EDAM market, where there's just RSE, or potentially RSE, but where some of the entities maybe have RAP or something.
Okay, good point about other aspects we haven't talked about, like the RAP. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. And we have, lastly, we have Lauren Carr with CalCCA. Hi, Lauren.
CCA. Our comments related to the day ahead RSE is really about where this element should be scoped. We understand that the curing and settling of CAISO day ahead RSE shortfalls is in scope of this initiative, but we would prefer to see it included in the scope of the day ahead sufficiency initiative, because the issue is really broader than just an RA issue. And we don't want to presuppose that RSE issues are directly attributed to RA issues, because that's not necessarily the case. So our comments were really more around where to consider this scope topic, and we would prefer to see it in the day ahead sufficiency initiative.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And it sounds like it certainly should be included in there. If it's included in multiple places, it should certainly be included in there, but your preference is that that's where it's dealt with primarily. So thank you. All right, so appreciate it. Great discussion. That was fantastic. I appreciate it. We're going to move on and take a short break. Let's take a 8-minute break. That gets us back on time. And we'll be back at 10:30. Thank you very much. We'll see you at 10:30. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. So again, I want to say I appreciate the great discussion going through. I mean, we really just covered primarily comments on problem statement 2, but I thought it was a very good discussion. I appreciate that people were willing to chime in with their perspectives, and special thanks to Steve and Noah for being willing to have a discussion that the group could benefit from also. So I appreciate that. So next up on our agenda, and we're looking at, yep, there we go. Next up on our agenda is Catalin Mixa, who's going to talk about continued exploration of problem statements and specifically focus on the issue of deliverability. So I will go ahead and kick it over to Catalin. Catalin, it looks to me like you are unmuted.
You may be muted on your device, Catalin. We can't hear you.
Good morning, everybody. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jeff. Yes, let's talk a little bit about deliverability. So deliverability is an ISO tariff function that has to do with assuring that the resources are deliverable to the aggregate of load from their location. And it is used in order to support all RA transacted across the ISO grid. We currently have an initiative to go in through the very details of the methodology, and it was a stakeholder initiative called Generator Deliverability Methodology Review. This has actually has been at the end of the road, and we did had a final proposal. The majority of the stakeholders were for the changes that we have proposed, which are listed in the next slide, please. So here is the summary of the final proposal, and we do consider this final now since the majority has agreed with it. We are moving forward with implementing these changes. What were the changes? The major change was that we will not be doing a second system need studies anymore. So we will have a single study. The high system study need will be done moving forward in all deliverability studies. The dispatch level remained the same. We had discussions about changing that, and decision was to remain with the existing methodology. We have changed the simultaneous dispatch for 500 kV overload constraints only. They've been moved from 5% to 10%. So these will actually decrease the pool of generators that will have to wait for those upgrades. Also, a big change was to continue to study the N-2 of double circuit outages. However, if those were either non-cascading or not always credible, then we would waive those requirements, and we will still have the projects, the solutions will still be moving forward. However, the resources will not having to wait for those upgrades to be built in order to receive their FCDS status or whatever status they have. They don't have to wait for that. Also, another change is that we revised the guidelines for identifying the area deliverability constraints. So now there is a potential that more constraints would be identified as local deliverability constraints, enabling them to be addressed to the generation interconnection process, which is the appropriate place for them. Again, we're not trying here to, revisit or go through the final proposal. This went through numerous rounds of stakeholder comments and process. I'm just letting you know here what the outcome of the process is, and I want to inform everybody that we are in the process of actually, getting this done. The next studies that we will have will include these, going forward basis, and implementation is already starting on this. I will take any questions that you might have about it.
As a reminder, if you have a question, you can raise your hand by selecting the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen, or if you dialed in separately to the conference, you'll need to press #2. Right,
well, thank you very much. I'll move it back to Jeff then.
Terrific. Let's see. Let's go from here. I think we're a little bit ahead of schedule now, but that's okay. That gives us time. I think the panel discussion will probably be pretty lively, and we'll need a little bit of extra time for that. So next up in the agenda is a CAISO presentation, which is one of 2 presentations on UCAP generally, and both of them are level setting or baseline setting for understanding of what we're talking about when we're talking about UCAP and what has been discussed before, and some of the aspects within the CAISO and CPUC systems that need to be considered along with UCAP. So we've got Anya Gilbert, Abdul Muhammad Ali, and Katla Miksa, who are all going to be jointly presenting on the 2021 UCAP proposal, and it's a refresher on that. So I will kick it over to Anya, Abdul, and Katla.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Jeff, and thanks everyone for joining this morning. As a quick audio check, able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, as Jeff mentioned, I'm joined by Catalin and Abdul, and we'll be talking about the ISO's former unforced capacity evaluation methodology. Next slide. So I'll start by explaining why we're talking about UCAP and what this refresher does and does not represent. So as background, this refresher is on the ISO's 2021 UCAP proposal and is really in response to a stakeholder request to examine UCAP in this working group. It's in response to the CPUC's scoping of UCAP into R231011, as well as PG&E's inclusion of the ISO's past UCAP proposal into that proceeding. I'll emphasize that this presentation isn't a recommendation, but is instead educational background on the former ISO UCAP proposal. That being said, we do think it's worthwhile discussing how such UCAP measures could address some of our current problem statements that we've discussed as a working group related to resource counting and availability incentives, especially in light of kind of the recent inclusion of UCAP in the CPUC's RA proceeding and the significant feedback from you all in this working group requesting that UCAP be revisited. Next slide. So there's 3 mechanisms that we can kind of think of in terms of, what tools are available to help ensure that there's sufficient capacity to cover forced outages. And when I say we, I mean the ISO BAA along with the various responsibilities of different LRAs. So first, it's in the planning reserve margin by including a margin to account for the risks of forced outages in the RA fleet. And as we discussed in this working group, the ISO's default PRM was last updated in 2006 and requires updating as it doesn't take into account the RA regulatory paradigm we operate in today, the current RA fleet, or the load that we operate today. The second way it can be incorporated is in resource counting by embedding D-rates due to forced outages. And we recognize that some and not all resource counting approaches include D-rates to forced outages. So for example, ELCC takes into consideration the probability of forced outages. And lastly, we can ensure that there's sufficient capacity to cover forced outages through availability and performance incentives. And I'll note that that is a topic for our next working group meeting on February 27th. And it's these availability and performance incentives that can incent maintenance to minimize forced outages. It could incent accurate representation of a unit's ability to perform. So think of ambient D rates, and it can help with forced outage substitution. As we've discussed, today the ISO relies on substitution in RAIM to incent replacement capacity for forced outages. And we'll also note that, separately, local regulatory authorities like the CPUC do have penalties in their programs for load-serving entities to procure, and some load-serving entities do have contract terms to incent availability. So wanted to note that as well, as that's come up in the working group in the past. Next slide. So before we get into the former proposal, I just wanted to touch on the difference between ICAP and UCAP, which are common terms used in other markets. ICAP's a capacity obligation that accounts for ambient weather conditions and represents physical generating capacity, whereas UCAP is a percent of ICAP. So again, the physical capacity accounting for ambient D rates, but it also accounts for outages. Next slide. So this slide outlines the past rationale for UCAP, which was also operating in a tight RA market. But we can argue that it's more tight today. And it was also operating in a different RA regulatory paradigm than today. The thinking at the time was that UCAP could promote the procurement of the most dependable and reliable resources up front by accounting for that historical unavailability in their capacity value. We recognize that the procurement landscape is different today with a tight RA market. And I'll note that both when UCAP was proposed last and today, as we've discussed in the working groups, the concerns that the current PRM, forced outage substitution rules, and RAIM are inadequate to replace capacity on forced outages, and it still remains today. The key second reason was that as opposed to the planning reserve margin, which has generally been a static value, UCAP dynamically changes with the fleet's forced outage rate over time. And the thinking on UCAP's interaction with the planning reserve margin was that the planning reserve margin would only need to cover operating reserves and forecast hour to the extent that resource counting sufficiently accounted for forced outages. Next slide. So in the CAISO's last proposal, we outlined an approach to get to a UCAP value. First was the creation of the DQC, or deliverable qualifying capacity, and that's akin to today's NQC. So there's a deliverability assessment, and then the QC is adjusted for deliverability. And this step under UCAP would be the DQC, and this would set the must offer obligation for the resource. Second would be creating the new QC, or excuse me, new NQC by applying a non-availability factor to that DQC to create the NQC. So to recap, under the CAISO's last proposal, today's NQC would be tomorrow's DQC under UCAP. And once the non-availability factor is applied, you'd have the NQC of tomorrow under UCAP. And we took this approach to have UCAP result in an NQC, since contracts are based on the NQC, and it was really to preserve the idea of NQC in name and leverage those existing contract terms. And as I mentioned, the DQC is what would set the must offer obligation, And the rationale here was really the delta between the UCAP NQC and the deliverable DQC was what would create kind of an extra pool of resources that could cover outages that could occur in real time. Next slide. So this slide, which presents the UCAP steps, was really intended for thermal and storage resources on a resource-specific basis. But at that time, it was also recognized that this baseline methodology outlined here wasn't appropriate for all resource types. And as a result, different methodologies were proposed for non-thermal and non-storage resources. And on a subsequent slide, those methodologies are summarized and included for reference. So on a resource-specific basis for thermal and battery resources, the suggested method was to first look at what the UCAP assessment hours were by identifying what hours would fall into the top percent of tightest RA supply cushion hours for each season. And that RA supply cushion was meant to represent how much shown RA megawatts would be left over after taking into account outages, serving net demand, covering contingency reserves, and the contingency reserves are considered reg up, spin, and non-spin. So that was the intent of the RA supply cushion. And to put that in context, a low RA supply cushion would mean that the ISO had less resources to rely on and indicate a higher real-time reliability risk. It was meant to capture how tight the system would be if we only had the RA fleet to rely on, and it didn't make any assumptions about economic energy because that economic energy may not necessarily be a viable assumption or really the way we want to kind of design the RA program. We want to focus on what RA resources are. And I'll note that the idea of kind of the supply cushion and kind of the reference towards a 20% supply cushion was modeled after the fact that RAIM currently assesses 5 hours a day, which roughly translates to 20% of all hours. And again, kind of thinking about the rationale for creating this supply cushion, the thinking was that it could penalize resources for being on forced outage when the grid needed them, and also incentivize resources to be there since the assessment hours could fall at any point in the day. So unlike RAIM, in which the resources know upfront what the assessment hours would be, with UCAP and the supply cushion determining the supply cushion hours, those hours are set retrospectively, which is an incentive to be there at all times if it's unknown when those assessment hours could be. It was also considered to be simpler than an E4D methodology since we'd be using OMS rather than GADS data for weighting all hours. But a similarity in place was that, E4D does look at what the forced outage rate is when the resource was in demand. And the thinking was with UCAP that assessing resources during the RA supply cushion hours was that same way of getting at when the resource was in demand. The thinking was also that it could provide a more predictable risk of any one outage for a resource's capacity value. And I think kind of going further back into the UCAP design, there had been previous proposals to have a specific cutoff point. So for example, below 2,000 megawatts, but that can run the risk of different sample sizes, and you may not have hours to look at depending on the year. So it kind of also guaranteed that there'd be a set number of hours looked at, so you'd have a consistent look at the outages. And then lastly, it was considered to have a large enough sample size to be statistically significant and give observations for the majority of the days. So that's a lot of background on the idea behind the supply cushion and that first step. And the second step was thinking about, what is the hourly unavailability through determining hourly unavailability factors by looking at forced and urgent outages for each of the UCAP assessment hours in each season by dividing it by its Pmax. The third step was looking at what the unavailability translated to seasonally, recognizing that unavailability does differ by season, and you would do that by taking 1 minus the average hourly unavailability factors, and by subtracting it from 1, you take it from being a non-availability factor to translating it into an availability factor. The fourth step is really weighting the seasonal availabilities over the past 3 years, using an approach that weighted years more heavily the closer they were to the operating year. And then the last step was applying weighted seasonal average availability factors for each of the seasons to determine the deliverable capacity to determine the monthly QC for both on-peak and off-peak. And let's go to the next slide. So a common question at that time, and I would imagine here in the working group, is kind of what would be the impact of UCAP? And this was an example looking at the gas fleet. And I think it's important to just also center ourselves that the UCAP value determined can also be thought of as the availability percentage. So here, when you're seeing kind of 0.91, you can think of that as being the kind of resource class being 91% available during peak months, and 93% available during those off-peak months. You can also see the megawatt impact of moving to UCAP. So looking at what this would do to the gas fleet based on prior data, it was about a 2,600 megawatt D rate for peak months and about a 2,100 megawatt D rate for off-peak months. And I just got a note in the chat, have these been refreshed since the last proposal? No, this is effectively taking that prior proposal and sharing with this group what it was, and so it isn't an update on the examples as well. I will note for anyone kind of doing math on the fly here, there are some significant figure rounding issues with kind of the 0.14 has many more numbers behind it. So if you'd like that, I can send that your way. Next slide. So kind of continuing the theme of examples, this slide highlights the impact of some of the sensitivities associated with designing UCAP. And based on the different samplings of supply cushion hours, you can see the weighted seasonal average availability factors differ. And you can see how they differ based on resource types. And again, this is the older proposal and older data analysis, but it looks at the different resource types and UCAP values, kind of masking the name, but giving the type of resource. And you're not going to see much of a difference in the outage rates with the top 15 or top 20%, but there's a difference with the top 5, top 1%, in that they can be significantly different. So again, UCAP is resource specific, and it provides information of the reliability of the unit. And what this example also does is highlight how the UCAP resource specific approach allows for comparison. So you could take how a resource does and compare it to the class average for the gas fleet, or you could factor it into procurement or retirement decisions. So you could use it to help determine what resources to keep around or retire. So for example, based on this information, at LSE or the ISO might want to contract with the combined cycle 1 instead of combined cycle 2 due to the higher average availability factor. Next slide. So as I mentioned earlier, the basic UCAP methodology was developed for thermal and storage resources. Consider this slide a reference slide to come back to. It outlines previous alternative methodologies the CAISO had suggested in 2021 to determine the resource's average availability, and we can kind of discuss this further as a working group. Next slide. So in recognition of slice of day, UCAP was envisioned to at least be compatible with slice of day in that resources would have the same UCAP value for each hourly slice by season. So there'd be one UCAP value for all slices of the hours for peak months, May to October, and another UCAP value for all hours of the off-peak months from November to April. And next slide. All right, at this point, I'll turn things over to Catalin to talk about how local capacity obligations change if all LRAs move to UCAP versus if only some of them do. Go ahead, Catalin.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Yes, based on our previous stakeholder call regarding the UCAP methodology, the decision was that for the local studies, because the entire ISO would be moving to using UCAP methodology. The ISO will be doing the same studies as we do today. Basically, we're doing all the contingencies for the local studies. Just a reminder for everybody, those contingencies do include G-1, also include a line out and generator out, L1, G1. And because the contingencies themselves include, the stakeholders decided it is preferred that if we could use the regular DQC, meaning before UCAP is applied, it would be more accurate. And then, we would apply a UCAP after the studies are done in order to establish the requirements, what the LSEs need to purchase. So the proposal at that time had that the ISO will be running the studies with the DQC values. And then, we would publish all the reports and everything else the way we publish today. Those will be published in the DQC values. Now, for each TAC, there was to be a translation table up front, the higher part of the LCR report, where we'll be translating the DQC values into UCAP values by using the formula herein. So this was to be used for all resources in a certain TAC, and it was to include only the existing resources within that TAC. So the new resources wouldn't be included until after they become operational. This is not to mess up the numbers for next year, which you don't know who's going to make it, who's not going to make it, who gets delayed, who doesn't get delayed. So in order to avoid all of that, we would just be using the UCAP values for the resources that are in service today in order to come up with the requirements for next year. Anyway, I have to remind people that the requirements are coming out first. The requirements are coming out even before the NQC values are established for next year. So not only we don't know how many resources are going to make it, but we actually don't exactly know the QC values for the resources for next year. Those are coming after the LCR requirements are established. So again, this table was supposed to be included at the beginning of the report, and the table that was going to be used in order to submit the requirements to the LSEs, informing them how much UCAP value they have to be purchased. Now, at the end of the year, once all the LSEs made the showings based on those UCAPs, we were going to take all the resources with the UCAP values that were showed to the ISO, and we would plug them back in the base cases with their DQC values in order to run our contingency analysis to make sure that we have everything worked out for that. So this was what was in the proposal, the last proposal for the UCAP. Next slide, please. So this slide is just trying to bring attention to the challenges that might come if only individual LRAs are moving to UCAP and not the entire ISO. So we will continue to do the calculations the way we do today. There's going to be no difference in the ISO between DQC and NQC. So we're going to continue to do the studies the way we do them today. We will make them public based on how we're doing them today, right? Since there's no change at the ISO. So now we wouldn't be translating those values at the tech level, because we wouldn't even know which resources are purchased by each LRA. And first of all, each LRA will have different rules. So we wouldn't know how to make that translation ahead of time. And therefore, when we move forward and the LRAs are going to make their purchases, some of their accounting will be included. Basically, the UCAP calculation will be included in the QC value, not the NQC value. I mean, yes, it will be in the NQC value, but first it will be in the QC value, not at the ISO level. So it's just a challenge to work with that, and the LRA that moves forward with UCAP without the ISO moving forward with UCAP will have to use those QC values in order to meet the local requirements. Any questions about how local was supposed to interact with UCAP in the old proposal, or any question about the challenges? Okay, if not, I'll turn it over to Anya.
All right, thanks, Catalin. And next and final slide for this segment. So this final slide really just outlines we're seeing, still seeing challenges with the outages. Looking at the CAISO Summer Monthly Performance Report from August of last year, we're still seeing outages ranging between 9 and 18% of total RA shown. I'll note that this represents both planned and forced, but it does break down to about 97% forced and 3% planned. So just wanted to highlight that we're still seeing these challenges with outages and bringing this data to the working group. With that, I'll turn things back over to Jeff.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Anya, Abdul, and Catalin. It was terrific. And it sounded like there weren't any questions at the end. So I guess that's good for a level setting, common understanding presentation or discussion. So we have a little bit of a dilemma. Unlike other meetings, we're actually far ahead of schedule. Actually 11, 12, 1, 2. Yeah, I'm on the East Coast. So we're actually pretty far ahead of schedule, about an hour. And
let's just do a quick check.
Yeah.
I know we've got a presentation from the CPUC. However, we gave them a different time slot. So Robert, I see you in the chat or online, just checking if this time works. And I apologize that this is on the fly. Otherwise, we might have to move lunch up early or kind of move some other things around. In the meantime, I see a hand up from Perry.
Thank you. This is Perry Servideo at CISA. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I just had a quick question on this chart. Have you guys done any more breakdowns on this data, or at least maybe compared this data to the percentages that were previously calculated under UCAP for what the NQCs would be, and kind of see how this data relates to that? Because this data is more, I imagine, is more updated than what you had calculated before, but I was just curious if it was generally aligned with where the UCAP, NQC values would land.
That's a great suggestion, but no, there hasn't been kind of a further breakdown of this chart looking at UCAP, but let me know if that's a recommendation for next steps.
Yeah, it might just be more informative. It doesn't seem to be too much of an ask to just say, hey, here's the, your other alternative is to recalculate all of the UCAPs again, which I'm sure others will make you do anyway. But at least to inform the process in the meantime, if we're showing this kind of data in a July and August scenario, how does that compare to how you imagine you would calculate the UCAP? It was good flavor to sort of say that it's been about 97% forced outage. I was wondering if that varied per resource type. And I'm seeing an awful lot of water outages here. Some of that's just due to water availability, or essentially like a fuel availability. It's a use limit. And I would be curious if those types of limitations would count against a resource under the previous CAISO UCAP proposal.
I think the area of exploration, I'm hearing your question of, would the outages that are seen here for hydro count against them? And, does the breakdown of about 97% of all outages as forced, is that consistent across resource types? I think one, we'd need to kind of do further investigation of what it is by resource type. And then just, to your question of, how this kind of would impact hydro under the previous UCAP proposal. I think that there was kind of more exploration needed around kind of an alternative methodology for hydro. The vision at the time was that it would be a longer term historical year weighted average assessment rather than kind of the standard methodology that was developed for thermal and storage.
Yeah, could you remind me what the differentiation there would be, that why the hydro would have, say, a different methodology than perhaps an energy storage resource?
I'll have to go back, but I think it has to do with the differing water years and hydro conditions, and recognizing that that has a unique challenge that doesn't apply to storage in the same way.
Okay, so there wasn't necessarily a consideration of just the fact that it's an energy limited resource.
I'd have to, I might have to phone a friend on
okay
who worked
yeah,
on it at the time and kind of spent more time on the hydro piece. But
yeah, I hear you on that. Okay, now that was my question. I'd love to get some more underlying data on this chart, but thanks.
Yeah, this is Parth. I'll point out as well, like simultaneously there was, hydro counting, and particularly on storage back hydro, was a topic that was being addressed at around the similar time at the PUC in terms of developing a exceedance methodology to account for hydro limitations rather than a UCAP type proposal. And so that was sort of fleshed out and adopted. And there's sort of tie-ins as well to sort of RAIM and RAIM exemptions, depending on if those rules were adopted. So there's a sort of a similar discussion that was going on in terms of what the appropriate counting was for hydro, but it was not. But UCAP was sort of seen as it wasn't discussed in the context of UCAP, but more of the exceedance methodology.
Okay.
And someone else can weigh in more with more context too if they'd like.
Yeah, and I also can go back and read the what was it, the 6th revised straw proposal. Anyways, thanks for taking the question.
So we have Doug, who's in the queue next.
Area Municipal Transmission Group. I had a couple of comments and then a question for Catalin. On this hydro counting, I think as Partha said, there, that there's sort of unique new counting rules for hydro resources. I do think we might need to consider, whether there's sort of an inconsistency, because the hydro is getting counted based on an exceedance methodology that sort of looks at sort of worst case, right? So it gets counted way undercounted in a wet or average hydro year compared to what it really could be available for. So like this past summer, the hydro fleet was providing much more capacity than it was getting credit for. But in an average year, it's getting probably less than it should get. And in a dry year, it's getting what it should get. So I think we're sort of devaluing hydro more than we should. And of course, that's a LRA decision because it's a counting rule, but I think it's one we should take into consideration when we're thinking about what resources are available to reliably serve load. The other comment I had, Anya said something about, one of the reasons for going with UCAP was send the right signal for the generator to be available, and people might want to contract with a more reliable generator. But I actually thought of it in sort of a different way, which is it's a way to normalize the capacity value of all generators. So you're indifferent from whether you're buying from the most reliable or the least reliable, because my assumption was you would start to pay for the UCAP adjusted capacity quantity rather than the nameplate quantity. So in that sense, it wouldn't matter whether you were buying from a resource that had a 50% forced outage rate or a 10% forced outage rate, because you'd be buying, that each megawatt of UCAP adjusted capacity would be equal. So that's just an observation. And then my question is for Catalin about the local. I guess my recollection was that because, we decided that essentially to maintain the approach that we currently have for all the reasons that Catalin mentioned. But I think if we continued with that approach, I guess I'm not following what the disconnect is then if some LRAs adopted a UCAP approach and before ISO did, or if some LRAs and ISO adopted UCAP but others didn't. I'm not following how that creates problems, or so I'm wondering if Catalin could explain the problem.
Hi, Doug. This is Catalin. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not really a problem. I wouldn't call it a problem. I would call it a challenge. So because the ISO cannot do on the overall system the translation back and forth from UCAP, the requirements submitted to the LSCs will be on the regular NQC values if the ISO does not move to a UCAP, standard UCAP all over the place. And therefore, when they need to meet their compliance, they'll have to make their compliance with the values their LRA allows them to purchase, which would be for some with UCAP, for others without. But at the end of the day, they all have to make the same compliance requirement.
So is it more an issue about what you're showing? Because I guess my recollection, again, we're going back a few years, but was that you would be doing your studies to determine how much you need, what the requirement was. It's kind of, UCAP would be irrelevant in that assessment because of all the complicating factors that go into doing the local studies. So that part wouldn't change, but then how you're translating back and forth between what the shown megawatts are, that's the challenge. Like the impact,
That's correct.
the system counting that you get from the local resource would be impacted, whether you had UCAP or not. But the local part wouldn't be impacted.
They're both going to be impacted. There is only one value. A resource cannot have different values. It can only have one value. So a resource can only have one value. To use the same for system and local. So that value would be used to account resources for local and system. So when some LRAs are moving to UCAP and others are not, you'll just have more of a difference between their QC methodologies than what you have today. But the ISO accounted would not change, which is a different challenge than when the ISO moves to UCAP.
Gotcha. Thanks, Catlin. That's all I have.
You're welcome.
Okay, it looks like Mary Neal is up next in the queue. Hi, Mary.
Can you guys hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay, thanks. There was a discussion at the beginning of the presentation about UCAP that this was not a recommendation from the CAISO. This was an older proposal, and I'm just wondering, does CAISO have a recommendation on these topics, or is it something that they expect is sort of being deferred to the LRAs to determine? Or, I'm just trying to get a better sense of sort of what's in scope of the LRAs on UCAP and what's in scope of the CAISO here in the working group.
Okay, so I can start an answer to that. At this point, my understanding is that there isn't a proposal or a recommendation, but that these presentations, both from the CAISO and later from the PUC, are intended to just get everyone to a level of understanding of where things have been, either are or were when those discussions and those processes stopped. So this was really more of a level setting to get everyone to a common level of understanding of where these issues stand, and that this wasn't necessarily a particular proposal from the CAISO.
And
Jeff,
go ahead, Partha.
For sure. Maybe I'll elaborate now a little bit. So if you look at the purpose of this working group, one of our, and a number of parties have alluded to this in the process, one of our major goals is to have obviously a well-functioning RA processes and tools that work well with the LRAs within our footprint, and that particularly as the CPUC had scoped in UCAP as a part into their RA proceeding, to the degree that is also simultaneously addressing a lot of the challenges that we're seeing on forced outage rates, including ambient D rates, as well as some of our available incentive mechanisms not working as effectively as we hope. We thought it sort of warranted a discussion at our working group, as well as, how might we evolve our processes and procedures, particularly in light of those changes. So I think that, at least from our standpoint, we think it's a useful conversation to have in this working group of, is this something we should be scoping into the reform processes? I don't think we have a specific proposal in mind to say, hey, this is the UCAP proposal that we are advocating for, and we'd like to have this be the one that's sort of bought in and accepted by stakeholders. But given sort of the challenge and the level of interest by the stakeholder community, given the challenge we identified and the level of interest, yeah, we think it's worthwhile to explore the topic further and to see how we can partner effectively to address those issues. So yeah, that's probably how I'd frame it. Melanie, anything else you'd want to add or correct?
No, I think that sums it up well. Maybe just since I have the mic, I might respond to Doug's earlier comment around, his view that the kind of UCAP proposal provided kind of a level playing field and kind of levelized resources a little bit more. I think that's true if the must offer obligation was based on the NQC under UCAP, but because the essentially must offer obligation is based on the DQC, essentially the deliverable qualifying capacity, there is a delta between those two, between what's deliverable and what the UCAP value is. And so if with that delta, you need to kind of be able to replace that capacity, and just flagging that I think it's the MOO that creates that delta and means that there isn't necessarily a level playing field depending on how significant that delta is for different resources. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the comments on that. It looks like Kyle Navis is up next in the queue. Thank you, Mary.
Kyle Navis with Cal Advocates. I kind of wanted to build on Perry's question first and just ask if you'd be amenable to producing a common data set for stakeholders to use in this process. And I'm thinking, since UCAP in this approach would use 3 years of data, would you be able to publish the raw data of generator performance that we would need to do this kind of analysis for the years 2021 to 2023 and maybe post it to the stakeholder initiative page? I think it would help level set and just ensure that we're all talking about the same thing. And it means we could not only just replicate the analysis you all present, but it would also facilitate the discussion of potentially other approaches or enhancements. So that's my first question.
Yeah, that's a good question. We don't have the right folks on the team to be able to answer that question here in terms of our kind of market analysis group, but we can kind of take that back and have that conversation in terms of what it would take to create that 21 to 2023 data set and discuss any issues around confidentiality. But thanks, Kyle.
Yeah, and if it requires anonymizing, for instance, like resource IDs, that's totally fine. But I just think it would be, or if it's even listing out the steps to extract the data from Oasis so that you have exactly the same information that you all are working with, just that kind of info would just be really helpful. And I'm kind of thinking back to the experience in slice of data design, and when there was a common data set that was being used, it made it a little bit, it just facilitated some of the comparisons.
No, appreciate that recommendation. Sorry, it sounds like you've got more.
No, thank you for that. And then, I did have a second question, and I'm sorry, this is going back earlier, and for Catalin related to the generator deliverability final proposal. And sorry, I should have asked this earlier, but just will the final proposal, when adopted, impact the existing queues? So, once it's adopted, will it take effect for the existing clusters that are currently being studied, or will that have to wait for new clusters?
Yes, the methodology that was approved, and it will affect all the clusters. The methodology has some more relaxed criteria. We have to go through the studies, though, so we have to wait for the study results for the reassessment, for the GIP reassessment later this year. That's when most of the people will see their changes. But we are starting to implement that new methodology in any future going forward studies, and that will apply to the current generators in the queue. So if you are today, if you are limited by an N-2 or N-1 in an SSN, you will not be limited going forward. And if you are limited by an N-2 today, we will be doing the studies in the reassessment to find out if they are cascading or not, and we will let you know at the results of the reassessment. But yes, all of the approved methodology changes will be implemented, starting now to every study that we do going forward, including for the old generators in the queue.
Great, thanks. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Kyle. All right, Noah, you are up next.
Hi, Noah Tom from Middle River Power. I'm looking at the DMM annual report from 2022 that I think Abdul mentioned to go take a look at, and trying to understand sort of what the outputs were from there in relation to UCAP, right? If we, and maybe the question here for the ISO as well is whether or not we think UCAP is going to resolve all of the RAIN problems for what we see, because according to DMM from 2022, RAIN exempt resources capacity bid 76 to 78% of their capacity, while non-RAIN exempt resources bid 92 to 94%. And so if UCAP at the end of the day is lowers the amount of NQC value for the denominator in that particular calculation, is what I assume, so that the various resources, RAIN exempt and non-RAIN exempt, goes to closer to 100, if that's what we're expecting. The first question is maybe a solution, first to look at a baby step, if you will, is get rid of the RAIN exemptions. Because if there's so many resources out there that have RAIN exemptions and they're underperforming, maybe this is why we are always saying that RAIN is not sort of doing its job. And I'm not sure if UCAP is, is the panacea to that.
Okay, thank you, Noah. Is there anyone from the ISO that would like to talk about Noah's thought on eliminating exemptions?
I see Partha's hand up, so maybe Partha, you want to go first, and then I'll have a comment on that.
I think it was an old hand. Go ahead, Abdul.
Oh, all right, thank you. Okay, so I think, yes, I think Noah, that's a great point about eliminating the RAIN exemptions. I think we've, if I remember correctly, we've argued historically that RAIN exemptions do poke holes in the RAIN process, and eliminating, most, if not all, of those exemptions is an appropriate step to take. So I think I'm in agreement with that, and I think that's a good step. But I think what's something to note here is one of the biggest problems we're seeing with RAIN is so RAIN is looking at two things. RAIN is looking at availability, and it's looking at bids. It's supposed to incentivize both the resource being available and the resource offering into the market. And I think what you mentioned from the report is the second part of the offering into the market. But I think a lot of our focus discussions in the past were more about the availability, meaning RAIN incentivizing the resource being available, and if a resource goes on forced outage, it's substituting for that D-rate for the forced outage. And I think what we've argued is RAIN has not been doing that effectively. This forced outage substitution is minimal, and I think we talked about it in quite a little bit of details there on why we think that's going on. So I think the availability portion is where we're seeing a lot of issues there. Forced outage substitutions, we're seeing issues there, and I think that's where we thought when we presented this, a couple of years, 2-3 years ago, the UCAP would be a good alternative to incentivize availability and properly assess the resource's reliable capacity instead of RAIN and forced outage substitution rules.
Yeah, but we've established during the last call that RAIN was not intended to require substitution. That was never the intent of RAIN. Right? The only thing RAIN, okay, if that's the case, then that is not a problem to have. You can't
So
say it's not doing its job when the job was never meant for it.
And no, and not requiring substitution doesn't mean that's not that. So RAIM, forced outage substitution is forced outage substitution. That's the key word. Forced outage is not planned. Forced outage substitution is an opportunity to avoid RAIM exposure. So RAIM penalty, if RAIM was effective in that matter, in incentivizing availability, I think if you look at it in the reverse, we would expect people to mitigate that exposure with substitutions and making their capacity that is lost during forced outages, available, substituted. So it's not a requirement, but it is supposed to incentivize that. We're supposed to, get forced outage substitution. And I think it's both of them, really. It's RAIM and forced outage substitution going together. And then how would UCAP address that problem? I think there's kind of a triangle there.
Well, you have a significant portion of the fleet that is RAIM exempt, and therefore they're not even required to provide substitution, right?
That is definitely part of the problem. Agreed.
Okay, so if all these resources, and I'm not specifically talking about grandfathered resources because I understand there was a sort of agreement, for that, but resources that are signed after the grandfathered time period and so forth. I think you can see that there's definitely specific technologies that are RAIM exempt per the ISO that may be contributing to the problem that you've stated.
I think we agree but RAIM exemptions are part of the problem. I think we agree on that, but I think we still have an overall effectiveness of RAIM in making resources available. I think that's still an overall umbrella problem. But again, I think you're making very good points, and this was a lot of discussions that we had back and forth in the UCAP proposal. So I think that's a great point. There's a lot of good discussions. Should we just revamp RAIM instead of introducing UCAP, or should we do something else? Look at PRM. There was a lot of discussions there on alternatives, and they still stand, I think, and that's why we're not proposing here anything. We're just refreshing folks' memory on what we talked about last time in the.
And so if the LLE process that derives a particular planning reserve margin accounts for sort of general forced outage percentages, right? Then we should be looking at what the fleet average percentages versus what is being calculated into LOE, because if your expectations, because then essentially you shouldn't need to have the substitutions unless it essentially the outage percentages go over what you had already planned.
Are you talking about the PRM, Noah?
Yeah.
The forced outage portion of the PRM. Yeah, I think that could be part of the argument. I think historically we did say that the PRM should be more reflective of the forced outage rates versus what it is right now. And I think we've seen folks adjusting it like a PUC. So I think, that could be part of the solution. But keep in mind, I think theoretically, think about this. I think when RAIM was introduced, the capacity market was much different. There was a lot of capacity. Prices were way lower, significantly lower than they are now. And now that the capacity market is tighter and the prices are much higher, I think that effectiveness of the RAIM and the theory behind it, a forced outage possibility. I think there's massive challenges with finding substitution at the planned outage level. Finding substitution at the forced outage level, which is less than 7 days, it could be real time, could be day ahead. That's a whole different level of a challenge for a generator. So I think those even the theory on a theory level, in my opinion, I think we should reevaluate those with the significantly changed capacity market or capacity contracting world from when RAIM was introduced or discussed almost 10 years ago and introduced a little bit less than that and today.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. We have Doug, who's next in the queue as well. Thank you, Noah.
Hi, Doug Bochignone for BAMX. I just wanted to follow up on what Anya said in response to my earlier comment. I appreciate that you bringing up that difference between the DQC and the NQC, and that the MOO is based on the DQC. I fear, though, that the incentives aren't, I don't want to say this, for the individual LSE who's making a decision, I don't think it's going to send the right signal at the LSE level. I don't want to say, it's not that it's sending the wrong signal, but I don't think they will have the motivation. And just for example, let's say, it seems to me that with UCAP, if you have a 100 megawatt resource that has a 50% forced outage rate, and another 100 megawatt resource with a 0% forced outage rate, you'd need 2 of the 50% forced outage rate resources to equal the 0% resource from a UCAP, showing perspective. But, clearly from the overall system, you'd be better off with just the 0% resource, because you wouldn't have had to build as much transmission to make that resource, that 100 megawatts, deliverable. You'd need half as much. But, the way our transmission planning process is set up and the procurement process, that signal just gets all muddied up. And I think for the system as a whole, yes, I think we'd be better off, our decision making would be better if and push us towards the more available resources. But this UCAP methodology isn't going to do that. I think we need to make some pretty significant changes to how we do our deliverability assessment, which maybe we should do, but I don't think those are in the works to align these.
Okay. Thank you, Doug. We have Chris Devon up next. Hi, Chris.
Chris Devon with Third Gen. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Thanks, Jeff and others. So I just wanted to put in some comments here on the UCAP and some of the RAIN exemption stuff that was discussed by Noah and Abdul. So just to go back to the UCAP counting purposes, one of the things that I recall from my time working on the proposal at CAISO was that, really the intent should not, I don't think CAISO should be stating the intent as to try to get replacement resources or to try to solve forced outage substitution issues. I think it should be focused on the idea of getting the counting rules correct and getting the RA requirements both accurate to reflect those forced outage impacts. I think others have mentioned that, but I just wanted to reiterate that if we do that, we'll have a shown RA fleet in advance that is reliable, that's accounted for statistical forced outages that are to be expected. And I think that's really what the benefit of UCAP would be, as opposed to some of those other statements that were made. And I think that in that sense, then we would get away from some of these concerns about RAIM not working or RAIM not incentivizing substitution or replacement of forced outages if we were to, account for those things in the planning horizon much further in advance in the annual timeframe when we set those NQCs for resources and we set those requirements. So I suggest that that would be something to prefer pursuing over trying to create a bunch of rain exemptions, or sorry, trying to remove a bunch of rain exemptions like Noah was suggesting. I think that there's some good points that Abdul and Noah made about rain exemptions, but I want to put in a plug from supplier side that TerraGen owns VERS and storage resources. We operate wind and solar and storage in California, and there are very important good reasons for rain exemptions for use limited resources, particularly for those wind and solar resources, and for hybrid resources, and then as well hydro and other type of fuel limited or use limited resources, and those should be maintained. And it's very concerning for when I hear people saying that all rain exemptions should be removed or something along those lines. And I don't want to put words in people's mouths, but it sounded like Abdul and Noah were both advocating for quite a restrictive removal of all those different types of rain exemptions, and I just wanted to provide a counterbalance to that here. And then, lastly, I think that there's some really important things that are related to different outage rules and outage types that should be exempt just in general. Like we've had a lot of discussions in the past about transmission-induced outages, right? But there's also things that can be caused by fuel availability, right? That, particularly for storage or hybrid resources that I think should be exempt from RAIM or exempt from UCAP. And those are going to be really important that we get those right. And I think that, Perry touched a little bit on that earlier, but I wanted to hit on it again and again, try to focus the idea that, there's certain shortcomings with the CAISO's market design and the market model for storage, as well as the market horizon and some of the rules related to hybrid resources and the use of outages in the day-ahead market timeframe versus the real-time market using dynamic limits. And some of these availability tools that are used by resources and impacts from the market that deplete the state of charge of storage resources, and I think inflates their level of outages that are shown here on this outage by fuel type slide that's up on the screen right now. Those need to be broken down as noted earlier, and I think we need to think really hard about what things are driving these. And again, one of the big ones that I keep harping on everywhere that I can is there's this bidding rule for storage under Order 831 when the supply gets potentially up to the $2,000 bid cap. When that's triggered and storage can't even bid above 1,000 in those situations, that needs to be fixed. I mean, that alone could cause unavailability or early depletion of the state of charge of these resources as well. So, I just wanted to bring in some of the market design aspects that I think should be very carefully considered here as well. Okay, thanks for giving me some time here.
Great, thank you, Chris. Thank you for your thoughtful comments. And we have Carrie Bentley, who's the last person in the queue. Hi, Carrie.
Trading forum. So I wanted to give maybe a broader perspective on RAIM from WPTF's position. So we believe that RAIM does 4 things. And I guess I should note too, RAIM was mine when I was at the CAISO, since all my other fellow ex-CAISers are putting in a plug for themselves. I'll put in a plug for myself too. RAIM was my market design project when I was in the policy group. So there are 4 things RAIM does, and it's not just the substitution piece. So the first thing it does is that there's no bid insertion for use limited resources. So RAIM is the only way to ensure that use limited resources actually offer in. What was happening is they weren't putting in forced outages, they weren't getting bid insertion, and they were just kind of hanging out and not offering in. So RAIM was a way to make sure they actually bid in. The second thing was to incent forced outages not to drop below 5.5% or 6% roughly. This was based on the idea that forced outages made up a certain percentage of the planning reserve margin, and we didn't want resources to drop on average over the entire month below that amount. Whether that's relevant anymore, given the CPUC's new PRM, I think is up for grabs. I think Noah commented on this a little bit about, what percentage of forced outages are we expecting in the LOLE analysis? Maybe RAIM could be updated there. The third thing is that it was a payment transfer from low performers to high performers. If you recall, RAIM is an entirely self-contained program, and that load doesn't pay for it. Low performers are penalized, and then those funds are paid to high performers. So it was almost considered a fairness issue where you're kind of standardizing the payments a very teeny bit to different RA assets. And then the fourth thing was RAIM was built on what was called the SCP. And the reason why we moved to RAIM, which is based on bidding into the market and not just an assessment of forced outages, is because we have the flexible RA product. And the only way to ensure that assets are economically bidding in and not self-scheduling is to check that via RAIM. And so, there's 4 different kind of components of RAIM. And so when we're talking about, can it be replaced with UCAP? Do we need to update it? We shouldn't look at any of those in isolation, and we have to talk about the holistic program. For example, do we still, there are less use limited resources now. Do we still need RAIM to ensure that they bid in? Or is there a tariff mechanism, or maybe there's more bid insertion we can do? Is that outage rate still appropriate for my number 2, right? You're trying to ascend forced outages. Is that 5.5% monthly average still appropriate? Do we still want to have this self-contained program transferring from low performers to high performers? Maybe UCAP replaces some of that. Are we even keeping FlexRA? If we're not keeping FlexRA, then we really don't care about checking whether people are economically bidding in or not. But I think actually going through that and having data to support whether each of those elements is still needed will be key to saying, do we want to update RAIM or do we want to remove it and find other mechanisms to serve those purposes? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Carrie. That's fantastic context. Yeah, so the discussion has been focused a lot on whether or not the incentives were working and the outage aspect or the substitution aspect. And the other aspects you mentioned regarding actually being flexible and not self-scheduling and the payment transfer are excellent context. So thank you very much.
Thanks. And whether use limited resources are bidding in. It's very key because our fleet has, I think maybe you guys showed this last time, the fleet still has a very large percentage of use limited resources. And yes, we kind of assumed that they'd all be retired by now, but the latest CPUC studies have them still online through 2030, maybe even past that. So if we're not retiring these old assets that don't have bid insertion and their only check to bid in is through the RAIM, I think it's worth considering, whether that alone is worthwhile keeping some element of RAIM.
And thanks, Carrie. Maybe just to respond just to some of the back and forth, I'm been hearing some of the comments that have been raised around, what solution set needs to be kind of fixed, is that through UCAP or is that through RAIM? And I really want to bring us back to the problem statement that at the CAISO to operate a reliable grid, we're experiencing challenges with our rules and tools, and some of them are all very much intertwined related to outage and substitution, availability performance, and resource counting. And today's discussion on UCAP is just highlighting, one of those challenges and frankly, one of the possible solutions, recognizing that another key challenge is how do you account for forced outage rates? Is it through the PRM? Is it through counting rules? Is it through availability and performance? So I appreciate kind of the dialogue around where you account for it, but this might just necessitate further conversation around the trade-offs between the two, which is a panel we've got set up for after lunch. And so I think we've already kind of started the ideas of kind of having that debate. I don't think there's one silver bullet, but really kind of trade-offs potentially between some of these different tools. And for the RAIM issue, just recognizing that there's still, other design flaws in that we've talked about in the working group related to the RAIM design, related to the current deadband, the monthly netting process, the current carry forward provisions, as well as what stakeholders highlighted here related to resources excluded from RAIM. So hopefully this kind of discussion has just gotten folks ready for the panel after lunch. I also just wanted to quickly touch on Doug's earlier comment around kind of the 2 resources versus 1, just recognizing even from an LSE perspective, you know, that resource that has 0% unavailability should be cheaper given its fixed cost versus having 2 resources and needing to maintain those 2. So just one thought related to kind of how UCAP can further incentivize procurement. And with that, I'll turn things back over to you, Jeff.
Great, thank you, Anya. Appreciate the comments. So, so Carrie's still up, but I think Carrie has finished what she had to say. We can get back to her if she hasn't. Thank you, Carrie. And next up is, and last in the queue now is Ryan Miller.
Resources. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Great. Really appreciate this conversation. Just one thing I wanted to flag, and maybe it would have been more appropriate after lunch for the panel, I'm not sure, but I don't think many of the previous stakeholder concerns or challenges associated with the CAISO's 2021 UCAP proposal have been adequately addressed because the CAISO's proposal was never completed. Nor do I think that was your intent in this meeting. I see this as just providing a refresh on what was previously explored, and it's been really helpful. But if the CPUC is brushing the dust off your previous UCAP and exploring it in their scoping proceeding, it needs to be clear at what point the baton passes from the CPUC to CAISO insofar as developing and finalizing a UCAP proposal. I'm not sure that coordination was sufficiently addressed in the CPUC Energy Division's proposal because they kept referencing the need to involve your expertise. But my ask of CAISO is to ensure you and the CPUC are explicit about your responsibility in the development of a UCAP methodology if we go down that road and where all of this complexity is going to be discussed. I think as many folks have just highlighted here, UCAP needs to be assessed more holistically to ensure we're not ignoring issues that are intertwined. It's an ask we'll also articulate to the CPUC, but I just wanted to flag it here as well and appreciate your time on this.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Ryan. I'm sure that was heard loud and clear. So, so excellent discussion. We were an hour early, and this group chipped in and provided about 53 minutes of discussion. So we're right back, just about right back on time, and it was a fantastic discussion. So I want to thank everyone, all the participants who chimed in and voiced their thoughts and opinions. As a fantastic discussion, and thank you to the CAISO staff for being available to address some of the issues or provide a different perspective as well. So since we are at the end of this session and pretty close to noon, I think we should go ahead and break for lunch, and we should rejoin each other. We adjourn at 1 o'clock. So we have an hour and 7 minutes. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Hey, Yolande. I think you can go ahead and move Robert Hansen back up to the panelist group now.
No problem.
Do we have anyone else back on the line from lunch from the panelist group?
Jeff's here.
One.
Welcome back, everyone. It's 1 o'clock and we're ready to get started. Back on schedule. It's been a great day of conversation so far with everyone sharing their opinions, positions, and supporting discussion for all of that. So I appreciate all of that. For the rest of the afternoon, we've got a presentation on UCAP scoping within the RA space at the CPUC from Robert Hansen. We'll do that for 20 minutes, and then we'll have about an hour and 10 minutes of panel discussion with various panel members who I will introduce when we get to that point. We'll have a short break. CAISO will have a presentation on modeling framework issues, and then we'll talk about next steps. So with that in mind, I would like to introduce Robert Hansen from the CPUC, who will spend a few minutes talking about UCAP scoping within the RA space. So please go right ahead, Robert.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Robert Hansen. I work in Energy Division at CPUC on the Energy Resource Modeling team. Let's go to the next slide. And I've been working with our RA team on developing various projects, including a UCAP proposal most recently. So what we wanted to discuss today in this meeting was how we're trying to jumpstart a discussion on UCAP that has been happening for several years and get a new proposal out into the world and kind of kickstart our coordination with CAISO in developing a UCAP framework and UCAP values to be applied to resources. So in this presentation, I'm going to discuss the resources that would be impacted by the proposal we're working on right now. I want to keep in mind that all of these are very preliminary and works in progress, and we want to keep working with CAISO to get a better sense of the data that is available and lock down some pathways to developing UCAP and getting sensible values to apply across multiple proceedings. And the resources that are impacted are thermal power plants, predominantly combustion turbine and combined cycle power plants. And then we're also looking at developing UCAP values for battery energy storage systems. Let's go to the next slide. So regarding CAISO coordination, next slide. We recognize that CAISO had proposed a UCAP framework previously. You're all aware from the previous presentation before a bunch of their work in this space. So we really want to try to align our work with their work and get more communication between the two organizations and reconcile any differences in how we're approaching UCAP. And that's going to be an ongoing process in getting that reconciliation. And we also wanted to note that we have limited availability into CAISO's data sets. So the data sets we're working with are a combination of data from NERC and from CAISO, depending on the types of resources. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, so coming out of this discussion and moving forward with CAISO and with stakeholders, both in this workshop, and I'll be presenting a similar presentation tomorrow in a workshop Energy Division is putting together. We want to improve our modeling of capacity availability among resource adequacy resources, and improve the alignments in energy divisions and CAISO's policies and incentives. Let's go to the next slide. I'm going to have to go through these slides really quickly. Let's go next slide. So for our proposal for UCAP for thermal power plants, we really have two main components that would go into a UCAP value. We would be applying E4D values from NERC's GADS data, basically just applying the monthly values straight out of GADS, and then combining that, well, aggregating that to multiple resources, and then combining that with a monthly ambient D rate factor that we've been working on in the past year in our modeling efforts. So the final UCAP value would be a combination of those two values. And the reason that we would want to combine those values is to ensure that we're not releasing inadvertently any confidential data in the GADS data. So we would want to have the UCAP values not directly mappable to any resources confidential information. Let's move forward. I think I'm going to skip a few slides at this point. And again, I'll be going through all of these slides tomorrow in Energy Division's workshop in the resource adequacy proceeding. Let me find, let's jump to, I'm going to go to slide 17, or I guess it's different numbers now. Let's go to the slide titled U4 for thermal resources results. Let's go back one slide and just review anyone here who might have been involved in the previously released proposal for thermal derating for ambient temperatures. We've adjusted our methodology in response to some comments last year. So the main adjustments involve performing a single multilinear regression instead of multi-stage regressions. And we're still using the prior trade day curtailment data from CAISO, but we are also imputing zero curtailments where no other curtailments are reported. And let's go forward. And again. And these are the results of our new methodology. We aren't presenting the E4D values from GADS for the reasons discussed, but these are the results of our thermal derating modeling. So we have 12 weather stations and 12 months of D rates. And these values represent the median D rates throughout each of those months for the, in this case, the combustion turbine unit type, and for each weather station, which is a weather station would be assigned to each combustion turbine resource in order to determine its monthly ambient D rate value. And the next slide. So basically, we applied our model based on our linear regression analysis of the curtailment data to a current climate weather year in order to get these monthly or hourly, really, D rate factors and then aggregated up to the monthly level. So that's what these values represent. Let's move forward. And again, to get U4 values, we would propose combining both the E4D values from GADS and the thermal D rate factor from the prior trade day curtailment data analysis that we've done. let's go forward again. So the second component would be developing UCAP values for battery energy storage systems. Let's go forward again, 2 more slides. And this component involves developing something equivalent or analogous to the E4 value in GADS data, and using that to generate UCAP values. So there are some issues with this, with the data set that we have available in the prior trade day curtailment reports. Notably, we don't have any visibility into what are called in the GADS data reserve shutdowns, and in GADS, which doesn't include storage resources, there's something called pumping hours, which is supposed to be in the E4 denominator. I believe it would be analogous to charging hours for batteries, but we don't have that those hours in our in the data set that we have available at the moment. So the values that we've generated are in lieu of those pretty important data points. So what we'd like out of a discussion and in ongoing conversation would be to determine appropriate assumptions or find data that we could apply to calculating E4. Another issue with the data is discrepancies between how curtailments in the prior trade day curtailment reports are labeled versus how outages are reported in the GADS data. So we, in the next few slides, we'll discuss those. And then, given that the prior trade day curtailment reports are publicly available, it's unclear whether we would need to aggregate data up above resource levels and apply a single UCAP for all resources, or if it would be appropriate to just calculate UCAP values for each resource within the storage fleet. Let's go to the next slide. So again, just note that all of these results are preliminary and we want to improve our methodology going forward and potentially find additional data sources that we could incorporate and move forward. So now we'll talk about our actual methodology at this point for developing UCAP for energy storage systems. Let's move forward again. So this slide just describes some of the differences between how GADS and CAISO data are labeled. Just be aware that there's some ambiguity in how we could map outage codes and outage types and natures of work between the two data sets. Next slide. These are the cause codes for example, we have combined cycle. We don't have GADS data for storage, but they would have similar cause codes, I believe, to what we find with combined cycle. And for comparison, in the next slide, we have the natures of work in the CAISO data. And just notice there are more labels available. So we would want to figure out how to map these back to what contributes toward force outage rates in GADS. Next slide. So this is just a histogram of the curtailments for storage resources in the prior trade day curtailment reports. And the bin sizes are based on percentiles, so it makes a very nice normal distribution. But we see the majority of curtailments are between 0.18 and about 15 hours. And there are a few that extend beyond multiple days, and there are a few that have take significantly less than 1 hour. Next slide. So the current natures of work that we're using in our calculations are listed here. Again, these are a point we'd like to discuss with other people and determine which natures of work labels should really be included toward what GADS calls forced outages. Next slide. For practical purposes, I've filtered the prior trade day curtailment reports only go back through June of 2021. So I've truncated our data just to full months, and then as battery storage resources are coming online, I've truncated each resource's data to its own full months, just to make the division calculation a little bit easier for myself. Next slide. So this is our procedure for how I'm estimating E4. I download the data, merge everything into one table, do some joining with our own data set, including, well, it's not our own data set, but the master capability list to get information about each resource and identify storage resources, and then do some filtering. Next slide. And then the curtailment reports are formatted as a start date and time and an end date and time. And the same curtailment report can appear, particularly if it's a multi-day curtailment, it can appear on multiple prior trade day curtailment reports. So in order to prevent double counting of any curtailments, I split each curtailment report into individual minutes of a curtailment, and then use only the last report for each minute. And this allows variable curtailment rates in terms of megawatts across an individual outage MRID. After that filtering process, I then aggregate by resource ID and month to get median outage rate for the selected natures of work. And then I calculate the equivalent forced outage rate as EFDH divided by, that's the equivalent forced duration hours divided by the hours in month minus the planned outage hours. And that last calculation is where I'd really like to get some feedback on how we could improve our assumptions and our data going into this calculation. Next slide. So these slides just kind of exemplify how I'm dividing each curtailment report into individual minutes. Let's just click through these pretty quickly. Next slide. So this is excluding double counting or potentially double counted curtailment reports. Next slide. And then aggregating into a single equivalent forced duration hours value for each curtailment report. Next slide. So this is the definition of equivalent forced outage rates from GADS is presented here, and then for comparison, the approximation that I've applied is the calculation on the bottom. Next slide. Just to reiterate, from the GADS data, reserve and service hours should be accounted for in the calculation of E4, and those values aren't apparently available in the curtailment reports. So we either need to look to another data source for that information or need to make some assumptions about how storage works. And next slide. Next slide. And we have these are the results of our analysis. Looking at just the natures of work by month, plant trouble. Note that all of these are with the outage type of forced. So within that set, plant trouble is by a significant margin the most common or most significant contributing curtailment, followed by plant maintenance and unit testing. And then the others approach 0 across all months. And these are across multiple years, taking the weighted average for each month across those years. Next slide. And then for for calculating UCAP, if we want to develop UCAPs for each individual resource, these would be basically the values that we'd use. I didn't bother listing all the resources because there are very many, but just wanted to note how variable the E4 value is across months and across resources. Next slide. One thing to note is that because of the limitations in the data that we're using in the curtailment reports, the denominator is lower than, is that right? Higher, sorry. The denominator is higher than we would expect. What to think about that? It's not the right value, and we're aware of that. So the E4 values are not what we expect they will be. We expect with a better approximation of the denominator will have higher E4 values. Next slide. And again. And just to reiterate, we have some issues with our calculations, and we'd like some feedback on how we could improve our methodology for storage UCAP. I think that's my presentation.
Thank you, Robert. Robert, let me ask, because we're a little bit limited on time, and we may have time for one question or comment, but will folks have an opportunity to provide feedback and or ask questions at the PUC presentation?
Yeah, we'll have more time tomorrow, and
gotcha.
I think we'll also have opportunities for written feedback as well at some point.
Perfect. Okay, great. I will, and I appreciate that was a fantastic walkthrough. It was a lot of material, and I thought you did a great job covering the important parts in a pretty limited amount of time. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the time.
Go ahead and take one question, and then we'll move on to the panel. So it looks like Carrie Bentley is top of the queue.
Forum. Thanks so much for presenting that in this forum. I think it's really helpful when you guys do that cross-format or cross-agency presentations. I know we're really short on time, so I'm just going to ask a couple very basic questions so I understand what your proposal is at a higher level before we get into the panel. So the first question is the intent behind this to create a resource-specific hourly E4 number or E4D number for thermal assets. It wasn't clear, and I know you're folding in the ambient D rates, but it wasn't clear to me whether you're trying to get an average, so you could do slice of day, or whether you're doing the more classic E4D calculation where you only care about when the resource would be is being scheduled or would be scheduled, except for the outage.
Yeah, good question. At the moment, our approach is to develop a monthly E4D for thermal power plants. And then the UCAP value would be a combination of the monthly E4D value and a monthly thermal or ambient D rate factor.
Okay, so so when you say monthly, so for slice of day, it would be the same number across all hours, but the underlying data would be based on when outages were under an E4D, so not average outages, but during periods that they were scheduled or would be scheduled.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be a constant value across all slices.
Okay, and what I said about the underlying data though, is that still right?
The underlying data for E4D would be the GADS database.
Okay, the GADS E4D database. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's helpful. And then you had an expected outcomes slide, and it said better modeling of capacity availability in RA. And I was wondering if you actually meant better modeling, or whether the intent was to better predict availability. So to better predict some sort of availability in specific hours, or I guess it's a monthly number. So I guess you mean on average. So is that the goal, to better predict aggregate resource availability?
I think what I meant by that was that we wanted to have closer agreement between our resource adequacy and our modeling. In our modeling, we probably wouldn't use the same monthly value, but we would use the aggregated value of what we're using in modeling for resource adequacy. Does that make sense?
Kind of. So by modeling, do you mean the LOLE modeling that you're using to set the PRM? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, that's very helpful. And I know we're short on time, so I'll stop here. Hopefully you can get one more question in. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Robert. And thank you, Carrie, for the question and the discussion. And you know, I'd encourage everyone who's interested in exploring this further to join in on the PUC presentation of this, or the presentation of this in the PUC platform tomorrow, and provide your questions there. So let's go ahead and move on to the next agenda item, which is our panel discussion. So, for the host of this conference, I just texted you the names of the panelists, and I think you may have received them in another format as well. But just to introduce everyone on the panel, we have Lauren Carr from Cal CCA. We've got Perry Servito from CESA, Peter Griffiths from PG&E, Meg McNall from Six Cities, and Carrie Bentley from WPTF. So the way the time works out on this, if we try to leave 20 minutes for questions and discussions at the end, that gives each of the presenters about 10 minutes to walk through their presentation. I know Six Cities had provided a few slides that they would like to go through as well, but I'll go ahead and keep time. And the way I think this would work best is if we gave each presenter an opportunity, 9 or 10 minutes to cover their thoughts on the topic. And then once all presenters have gotten a chance to get through it, then we'll open it up at the end for Q&A and discussion. So I'd like folks to hold their questions and so forth until the end, and then we'll open it up. And I think and we might as well just go in the order listed. I should tell the audience that the panelists were presented with a set of questions that they were encouraged to speak to. I won't divulge the questions because they should become very obvious as the panelists go through and provide their thoughts and discussion. So let's go ahead and start with Lauren Carr with CalCCA. And Lauren, I'll go ahead and I'll flash. Can you see me, Lauren?
Yes.
I'll flash a 2 when you got 2 minutes left. I don't know why balloons were going up, but I like it.
Okay. I'll look out for the 2 or the balloons.
I'll flash a 2 when you have 2 minutes left. How about that?
Okay, that sounds good. So thanks, Jeff and CAISO, for inviting CalCCA to participate on the panel. I don't have any slides for today. I thought I would just go through the questions that the CAISO posed to us regarding resource counting and availability, particularly in regards to UCAP. So first and foremost, we wanted to flag the importance of encouraging and providing opportunities for all LRAs to align on a methodology when it comes to resource accreditation and capacity counting. Regardless of the LRA or the LSE, all resources are participating in the same market and should have the same incentives to be available. We would support the CAISO developing a UCAP methodology collaboratively with all LRAs to align on availability incentives and resource counting to the greatest extent possible. One question that the CAISO asked is, what would happen if there are some LRAs that go to UCAP and some that don't? And where we think that would need to be addressed would be through the planning reserve margins. So if there are LRAs that do choose to use the UCAP methodology, it would make sense for them to adjust their planning reserve margin to account for the fact that their resources that will be providing RA will have forced outages accounted for in their counting methodology, and therefore it wouldn't need to also be accounted for in their planning reserve margin. Those LRAs that don't choose to use the UCAP, it would make sense for them to have a forced outage component in their planning reserve margin. So if it is the case that some entities use UCAP and others don't, there could be a process for the CAISO or the CEC to evaluate planning reserve margins and inform on what levels make sense considering how forced outages are or aren't accounted for in the counting methodology that the LRA uses. Another topic that the CAISO wanted us to speak to was around the challenges with high forced outage rates during critical periods and how the methodology could best be adopted to reflect availability during those periods. I think, like it was presented by Anya and by the CPUC, UCAP can be implemented on either a seasonal or monthly basis. We did have some questions around slice of day, since the CPUC will be moving to an hourly approach and how outages vary hour by hour. I think it will really depend on how ambient D rates are treated, because outage types like plant trouble seem more random in terms of the time of day that those would occur. But since ambient D rates are really tied to temperature, we could see ambient D rates varying by time of day. So that's something that could be looked into when we're considering how to ensure forced outage rates are reflective of what's happening during those critical periods. Also, depending on the methodology, UCAP is really focused on those more critical hours. Like Anya presented, previous UCAP proposals were focused on tight supply conditions and could be a range from the top 20% to the top 5%. And those really try to narrow in on when those critical periods would be occurring. In terms of key attributes for a UCAP framework, we would like to see unit-specific UCAP values rather than something like a class average to drive performance incentives. UCAP, one of the benefits of UCAP is that it's really tied to what the resource can provide in the future as RA. And so providing unit-specific UCAP values would really encourage LSEs to be available so they have that opportunity in the future. We also think UCAP could be used to result in the full elimination of RAIM, which we don't think is as effective at getting towards incentivizing availability and minimizing forced outages as a UCAP would be. UCAP, we think, provides better availability incentives than RAIM because it ties resource-specific performance to RA prices, which are currently much, much higher than the RAIM penalty price. Also, we think that UCAP is something that can be applied to any deliverable resource, regardless of whether or not it's providing RA during a given period, so that all resources that are eligible to provide RA can have a UCAP value for when it does start to provide RA, if it does so in the future. Looking through my notes here to see if there's anything that I am missing before I turn it over to the other panelists. I think that about covers it. Maybe I'll pause there and jump back in when we start to do Q&A.
Great. Thank you, Lauren. I appreciate it. So let's move on to Perry Servideo with CESA. And Perry, I'll flash 2 minutes when you're getting there.
Yeah, so I don't. This is Perry Servideo, CISA. I don't think we'll get quite to the 10 minutes. I'll take Lauren's lead here. I'd like to leave more time for the back and forth on this, but I did have a few things, you know, in looking through the material that CAISO sent over that I thought was important to point out, and really the number one thing from our perspective is as you move into this world of potentially looking at UCAP for energy storage resources, we have to pay particular attention to the outages that we're talking about. And I would just say that outages or availability challenges that resources are having related to CAISO market design flaws should not result in lower accreditation. So it's tempting to sort of just group storage in with another resource class and say, hey, they're fairly similar. Let's accredit them using the same overall methodology. But there are differences. And one that sort of sticks out the most to me is the use of outages to manage the foldback issue. So these are resources that otherwise are fully available to the CAISO, and they would be fully available to the CAISO if the CAISO's optimization could see these issues and dispatch the resources around it. So you shouldn't necessarily be dinging a resource for this type of outage. It gets into a couple other aspects related to availability, but that's probably a big one. There's also managing of use limitations to the extent that the CAISO optimization isn't properly managing the use limitations and testing, as well as if we're being held for regulation and whatnot. So I know it's tempting to just go into the overall data and say, this paints a very clear picture for the resource. It's really not, and there needs to be a lot of work in digging through that data to make sure we're actually looking at the right things. And I think you had a note about just the efficacy of using forced outages in general. I'd say to the extent that like Lauren said, to the extent that the forced outages aren't being covered through, say, the planning reserve margin, it makes sense that they have to be accounted for somewhere. So of course that makes sense. The next big thing I have is that, and we've been saying this all along, is that there needs to be some really good coordination between the CAISO and the CPUC. And I'll just start with, this is loosely based on some of the bullets that you sent over, but I'll just start with, the way, and also I should say, I'm not trying to prescribe that one or the other should have a primary role or secondary role, but there are a few things to consider. So the first thing is the way that it's structured today is that the local regulatory authority does the accreditation, and then CAISO does deliverability and backstop. So the issue here is that something to consider, I should say, is that CAISO has that primary reliability responsibility. At the end of the day, if something goes wrong, people are going to point their fingers at the CAISO and they're going to say, look what you did. You caused a blackout or rolling blackout. So what CAISO has in place today is some authority to do some backstop procurement. And that's more aligned with the CAISO's, I'd say, their balancing authority function. The other part of it that I mentioned is the deliverability. And this is to say that resources should be deliverable to the broader system. It's a great check that CAISO does. It's CAISO's way to sort of fulfill a transmission provider function role to make sure the transmission's there to be able to access these resources, and it's a very good look. Now, the question I always have is, are these two things together enough? If at the end of the day CAISO is still backstopping, then there's probably some other problem somewhere. So, I tend to look at it through that lens and say, well, wouldn't it be easy? Would it be easier if CAISO could just define the rules of what it will backstop to and its backstop allocation so that it can meet its reliability function? Although that doesn't leave much room for the current paradigm in which all of the accreditation first goes through the local regulatory authority. Although we might learn something from the way that CAISO structured the cost allocation and the flexible RA CPM. There might be some lessons to be learned from that. The other point within this CAISO CPUC coordination is just the data issue, and I think we saw it a little bit in the CPUC's presentation that they just did. There's access to data. There's getting the raw data, there's scrubbing it in the right way. Then there's alterations you need to make to data to fit your particular use. And at any point in time, at any point along that process, something could go wrong. So these sort of issues usually tend to make it more appropriate for the owner of the data to be doing the calculation, or at least playing a bigger role in it. So I did have my hand up on the previous thing to just see how much coordination was done between the CPUC and CAISO whenever they were coming up with those values, because I think that the CAISO has some really good insight into what's going on and how to read that data that the regulator may not fully have grasped or appreciate it at first. My last major point to make is just that, and this sounds a little bit, I'm not trying to get the cart ahead of the horse on this, but I think it would be, we could bring a lot more people along in this conversation if we first paid particular attention to any type of transition period that might be needed to get from today's world to tomorrow's world. If you were to just flip the switch 1 year, you have an apples and oranges problem with the way today's world works and the way tomorrow's world works. If you just look at historical data, to try to figure out what a UCAP should be. Well, all of these outages could have been appropriately substituted within CAISO's process, and therefore, and that's what one of the purposes of RAIM was to allow the opportunity to avoid the penalty by providing substitute capacity. And essentially then that resource was 100% available. However, that if you just looked at the outage information, you would not have seen that. So that is to say, once you get up and running, once you got 3 years of data then the data starts to make sense. But until then, accounting for things like substitution or outages that have been appropriately substituted, then you gotta at least, I would say, you at least have to consider that, but some kind of attention on whether you're just looking back 1 year or you're doing some weighted look back, I think as was previously described on UCAP. That's all I have for now. Looking forward to hearing everyone else's perspectives and talking about it.
Great. Thank you very much, Perry. Appreciate it. Let's move on to Peter Griffiths with PG&E.
Can you hear me?
I can, Peter.
Okay, I'm called in on two places, and so I want to make sure that you can hear me. I did want to
Peter, it looks like you went back on mute. Peter, you're on mute.
In the PUC arena, essentially put forward some principles for the adoption of the UCAP as well as the ISO's proposal. Largely what we were trying to do with that was to make sure that there was a discussion between the ISO and the PUC about UCAP and the adoption of UCAP. We see UCAP as a tool that can be used to address issues that have been outstanding and are there. And so let me quickly run through some of the principles that PG&E has with regard to UCAP. First of all, we'd like to make sure that there is coordination between the ISO and the PUC. We don't really want to see a UCAP at the PUC, which differs from a UCAP at the ISO. And so we'd like to make sure that there is coordination. Ideally, there should be coordination across all LRAs to make sure that there isn't any complication in terms of the market, in terms of what LRAs will count as resources and have that vary by LRA. We also see the need for an adjustment in the PRM. I think Lauren mentioned this, and I think that PG&E agrees with CalCCA on this, is that they need to be able to take into account the fact that currently the fourth outages are covered by the PRM. If we move those to the counting at the resource level, then there should be some sort of an adjustment. We also see that there needs to be some sort of a change, or at least conjunctions with RAIM. I don't know that PG&E is convinced that UCAP is a substitute for RAIM, largely because I think there are other things that RAIM is doing. I think there may be some fixes to RAIM that could address some of the issues that we're seeing. The fourth principle is that needs to be at a resource specific level. We're a little wary about trying to group resources into different into classes. Largely because we think that provides the wrong incentive within the class and for resources within the class. We would ideally like it also to be the methodology to use publicly available data in terms of making sure that there is the ability to know what the data is and to check that data. And the last principle to some degree is the consideration about the timing of the adoption. We're concerned about sort of making sure that we're not trying to do too much too quickly and make too many changes to the RA paradigm. Now, that said, I did want to take the opportunity to, so having gone through those principles, I did want to take the opportunity to say that one of the things that we think that should be addressed, and it's good to see that the PUC is making the distinction in its UCAP calculation between ambient D rates and forced outages that are not due to weather. We see for the most part that ambient D rates are things that can be anticipated in beforehand, whereas a forced outage for the most part, an unexpected forced outage is just that, unexpected. We think because there is some sort of anticipation of an ambient D rate, those should be handled either within the UCAP or in a way that is making sure that they are being taken account of. Certainly, the PUC in the previous proceeding put forward a UCAP light, which was basically to address the ambient D rates. We think it's important that when you are looking at the availability and the reliability of the system, that basically it takes into account sort of the availability, the known availability of all resources. And so certainly the way ambient D rates are currently handled is by the ISO is essentially up to the resource owner or the scheduling coordinator for the resource in terms of, do they want to include the ambient D rate in their NQC and adjust their NQC downward to reflect the fact that there is capacity that will not be available when needed by the ISO, or the way it's handled through put it at the P max for the resource. Now, if you do take an ambient D rate, that requires substitution. And so, the question to some degree, and this is an empirical question for the ISO to look at the data and provide, is that, how much of the outages that take place at high demand times, which are usually at hot times, are ambient D rates? And how much of that can essentially be known in advance and adjusted for in advance? The question I have also is that in the modeling, in the LOLE modeling, to what degree are ambient D rates taken into account or they're not taken into account? I think for the most part, I think the PUC has got it right, is that you want to have an alignment between sort of the resources that you're using and the counting you're using, as well as the modeling that you're doing about the level of reliability and reliability of the system. Some of the way that the ambient D rates for the most part relies on the RAIM, because if it is an ambient D rate, there has to be a substitution for it. If the substitution is not made, then essentially it's a RAIM penalty. And so the RAIM penalty, as is with the CPM soft offer cap, by the ISO has been made, has set at a fixed value that does not vary at all or has not varied at all with market conditions. Certainly those values, when they were set, were under a very different market than we're currently seeing in terms of supply and demand balance. We think it's, to some degree, is something the ISO should look very hard at, is in terms of adjusting the way these things get adjusted with regard to market conditions or be not affected by market conditions. Because the dollar values, it certainly is a lot easier to sell capacity even for an ambient D rate to in a high market on a forward basis. And then when it comes essentially to in real time to either taking the ambient D rate, well, if it's only 60% of the CPM soft offer cap, that is a money-making machine in terms of being able to sell capacity at a high price and essentially only have to pay a small penalty for it not being there. And that, to some degree, is an incentive we think the ISO should be aware of and should be addressing specifically. So all of these things are related to UCAP. They're related to the way it works. Some of these things don't need to be wrapped into UCAP. You don't have to go necessarily to a UCAP solution to get at some of the inefficiencies and some of the way things are working. So, PG&E would like the ISO to do some analysis to show, how much of the forced outages at high demand times are due to ambient D rates. I suspect it's going to be a relatively high. It would also be good to see how much of that gets substituted for. I hypothesize to some degree that that'll be dependent upon the market price. So with that, let me just say, those are sort of PG&E's perspective at this point. We're happy to take questions and happy to participate in the dialogue.
Thank you very much, Peter. And it's good to see you again. So let us move on to Meg McNall with 6 Cities. Meg, the microphone's yours.
Thank you, Jeff. Can we do a quick sound check and make sure I'm coming through clearly?
You're coming through perfectly.
Wonderful, thank you. We did have a slide deck. It's very short, and I promise not to read it to everyone, but I did want to touch on a few high-level concepts and set the framework for how the cities that I represent are thinking about this initiative and specifically the topic of counting rules. And we've spent obviously a ton of time today thinking through different aspects of UCAP, how we're thinking about the UCAP framework. But I will caveat that I'm taking a little bit of a left turn, and I am offering for CAISO and stakeholders consideration the idea that while we are hashing out what will be very important details of accounting structure and potential pivot to UCAP, if that is the direction that we collectively decide we want to go in, I think we need to consider whether there are some interim improvements to the ISO's RA program that could be adopted on more of an expedited time frame while we're working through what could be a multi-year set of changes to the ISO's RA program. So if we can go to the next slide, I'll just touch on this really quickly. The cities that I represent, I think many of you know who we are, but we're located in Southern California. We're electrically surrounded and in the TAC area of Southern California Edison Company. We estimate that we're sort of in the high 2% of the CAISO BAA load. We're located within the ISO's balancing authority area, obviously. In terms of our resource planning and procurement activities, several of the city's own generation. So we are looking at this initiative through the lens of an LSE as well as a resource owner. We all have a targeted 15% PRM, and there's a variety of resources that are in the individual resource mixes of the cities, but that is what the city's target is to procure to for RA purposes. And for counting rules, we generally utilize the ISO's default rules unless there's a reason not to, such as a mistake or an issue like that. Our portfolios at this time do not include any demand response, so that's not factored in. And if we can go to the next slide. So, like I suspect other LSEs are experiencing, the cities have encountered a number of very significant issues in trying to plan and procure to their planning reserve margins, particularly in the last couple of years. And the way that that has manifested itself is in extremely high RA prices. And some of the some data there is just shown. These are metrics that we've gotten comfortable with providing in a public forum. And you can see that what we're seeing, particularly for Q3, resource adequacy capacity is in order of magnitude above where it has been just a couple of years ago. The other challenge that we're facing is a condition of what we think is scarcity. We are, in some instances, not receiving responses to requests for proposals, again, particularly for Q3 RA, and we suspect that this is a problem that's faced by other LSEs. If we can flip to the next slide. So there are some structural issues that we are really glad that the ISO is considering, not just in this initiative, but in other stakeholder processes. What we see as a structural problem in terms of potential tariff-based or market-based restrictions include limited deliverability for resources that are eligible to provide RA. We heard from Catalin earlier about changes to the deliverability assessment mechanism, and we're very eager to see if those changes have the results that I think many stakeholders are hoping they will. We are also continuing to encounter challenges with limited ability to procure import RA resources due to a lack of MIC. That has been an ongoing concern, and it seems to be an issue that we really haven't been able to crack in any substantial way. And finally, the ISO is grappling with a very large interconnection queue and is looking at ways to hopefully streamline the interconnection process so that study results are more meaningful. There may be a greater assurance of deliverability for the resources that get studied and to make that process more efficient. But these problems and any solutions that are capable of being developed in a stakeholder initiative are going to take some time to make their way through the interconnection process, through the procurement process. And so if we can go to the next slide, and this is the last one, I think. The 6 cities are very interested in exploring if there are some quicker fixes than looking at structures like UCAP as a way of solving some of the current procurement challenges. And so we've been trying to think of ways that we might be able to make compliance with the current RA program under its current paradigm a little bit easier, and perhaps these options and other stakeholders may have considered whether there are other things we could look at on an interim basis or as sort of a bridge to more comprehensive change such as UCAP. But we are interested in exploring whether, maybe we could have an expedited phase of this initiative to work towards some lower hanging fruit that could provide some relief to the current set of issues with RA procurement. And actually, I'm going to talk about item number 4 on this slide first, because it's an issue that came up this morning, and I think it was Noah from Middle River Power who talked about, I think the way he phrased it was great. The product and the granularity of outages don't match. And we were discussing the idea that if there is a resource that needs to be on an outage for a couple of days or a week during a month, you have to leave, and it's an internal ISO resource, you have to leave it off your supply plan for the whole month. It's not eligible to be shown for RA, and that then raises questions about planned to forced outages and obtaining substitution if the resource does unfortunately need to go on a forced outage. And so one suggestion that we have, and we think that this may be a solution that could be implemented on a quicker time frame than, say, a UCAP proposal, but we think it would be useful to modify the structure of the monthly RA showing to allow for different RA values for internal ISO resources across the month, provided the full RA requirement is met. we understand that this is already a process that is permitted for import RA resources, and I don't have the BPM references handy, but I believe that mechanism is described in one of the ISO's BPMs. I think it's for reliability requirements, but I don't recall where. This was also something that was considered, I think, in a prior iteration of the RA Enhancements Initiative a few years ago. We have also, and I'm going to talk about item number 3 now, but we have also thought about the idea of what incentives can we provide to encourage LSEs to show more RA supply if they have access to additional eligible RA capacity on their monthly supply plans. And maybe that excess supply could be used to make up for a deficiency that another LSE may be experiencing in its monthly showing. So I see that I am coming up on time. Does that mean I'm done? Should I wrap up? Okay.
You can feel free to take an extra minute or two because others wound up early. So that's just
you. And so just quickly moving to the first 2 proposals, you know, what we're really focused on there is ways to potentially implement resources that would allow us to credit against the amount of load that needs to be met through the RA program. So the first item would be a modification that's to a CEC program that would allow for some reduction in the load that's subject to RA requirements. And then similarly, with respect to locally developed RA, again, we see that as sort of a crediting concept that would allow internal resources for in LSE to be counted for RA purposes, but potentially not need to meet deliverability requirements. And I will stop there. I'm happy to answer questions, and thank you for the extra minute.
Oh, you bet. Thank you very much, Meg. That was a great discussion, and thanks for preparing the slides. It helps people, I think, kind of walk through and visualize what you're talking about. So thank you, and let's move on to our last panelists. Carrie Bentley, representing WPTF.
Hi, this is Carrie Bentley. I have one slide, so I'll just share it. Am I allowed to share?
I don't know if that'll work.
No? Oh, okay. I'll just walk through it then. No big deal. I should have given you some advance warning. So anyway, hi, I'm Carrie Bentley. I represent the Western Power Trading Forum. For those of you who don't know WPTF, we're a nonprofit trade forum dedicated to competition and transparency. I run what's called the CAISO committee, so I advocate on behalf of WPTF, and I also provide our members information about CAISO market policies and processes. And so I'm today going to start with, for WPTF's comments, the connection between, this is hard to do without my slide. I have a nice little table, but I'm going to try. The connection between counting rules and the planning reserve margin. So if you have a constant reliability standard by the CPUC or another LRA, and you increase or decrease how your accounting methodology accounts for forced outages, it has a direct impact on the planning reserve margin. So if you relax your counting rules and you count resources for more and you don't allow that forced outage rate to be counted inclusive of the counting rules, well then if you hold the PRM constant, then for example, if you're trying to meet a 1 in 10 LOLE, you won't meet this and you're more at risk at blackouts. If on the other hand, you do what UCAP might do and you tighten those counting rules and you hold that PRM constant, then you're now above that 1 in 10 LOLE. And you are paying for over procurement basically. So our point there is that the counting rules and the planning reserve margin go hand in hand. And there are a couple implications of that. The first one is at the CPUC, when they're doing their UCAP methodology, we agree with Peter, it means they'll have to also reassess their planning reserve methodology. Because all of that is completely tied together. This is complicated under slice of day, and it's really unclear how that UCAP accounting of forced outages will end up ultimately impacting the planning reserve margin. So then going to the next step, which is, you know, typically the goal for capacity is for it to be fungible. That is 1 megawatt of one capacity type roughly equals 1 megawatt of another capacity type. And if it's not fungible, that makes setting the planning reserve margin that much more complicated, because your reliability level will ultimately be dependent on your shown portfolio. And that's because if you show a group of resources where a lot of the planning reserve margin or a lot of the forced outages are accounted for within the counting rules, that's going to give you a different PRM than if you have a set of resources where the forced outage rules are not incorporated within the counting rules themselves. So that means if you do UCAP, right, but you don't address the hydro issue and the hydro counting issues, or you do UCAP and you keep exceedance, suddenly you're saying for this asset class in particular, we're going to move the forced outage rate from the PRM into the counting rules, but we're not going to do that for these other resources. So if they show up, then really you're going to need a higher PRM. And that makes maintaining a reliability standard across years, across months, incredibly challenging. So, you know, it's just a consideration that if you move to UCAP, it would also make sense for me to also do that for storage, to also do that for hydro, in so much as you can, to make sure that there's some sort of fungibility, at least in terms of the amount of forced outages that are being accounted for in the counting rules rather than the PRM. But all of that is kind of an LRA issue and not a CAISO issue. What's an issue for the CAISO is now when you have non-fungible capacity, not just within, for example, the CPUC, but also across LRA types. Now the CAISO is being given this aggregate portfolio, and it's unclear in aggregate what reliability standard everyone is meeting and whether it's efficient. It could be that, yes, everyone's meeting that reliability standard, but actually we're way over procuring because of the different accreditation and accounting methods and diversity benefits. It also could go in the other direction. So I think that lends, again, it's not within the UCAP discussion, but I think that's why it's so important for the CAISO then to look at its default PRM, look at its default accounting rules, and then use these to do their modeling that they're talking about and actually assessing their reliability as a balancing area, and then actually assessing each LRA's contribution to that. I think having that iterative feedback between the CAISO developing their own rules and doing their reliability standard as a balancing area will help at least try and solve that fungibility issue, just maybe a tiny bit. And then there's secondary impacts too of UCAP on the CAISO, notably the must offer obligation, and then, you know, the backstop. How you end up backstopping an aggregate is really complicated. Don't have time to get into that in this like brief intro. But I do think, you know, the key thing that was asked in the questions was about RAIN. So earlier I commented on this call that there were 4 different I guess, intents when RAIN was developed. So I think we could ask ourselves, does UCAP replace RAIN? And to me, you just go through those 4 things and say, does UCAP replace them? So the first one was you need RAIN because you want to make sure use limited resources are bidding in. I don't think UCAP replaces that because UCAP is a forced outage evaluation, and the problem with use limited resources isn't that they're going on forced outages, it's that they're not bidding in. So no, I don't think UCAP replaces that. The second one is it incents forced outages not to drop below a certain level, because if you do, you get penalized. I think in part UCAP could replace some of that aspect of RAIN, but I also think it goes back to what Peter says, that if you want to provide those incentives, you need a resource-specific methodology. The third thing is kind of the balancing, the transfer of money from people that are more available to less available. I think in some sense UCAP does do that, because as long as it's resource specific, if you have a resource specific UCAP, then, you know, resources that are more available on average will have more megawatts available and will be paid for that. So it does replace in some respects that aspect of RAIN. And then finally, the last one was, are you providing economic bids? And obviously UCAP doesn't manage that. So in some ways, UCAP and RAIN have some overlapping pieces, but not in its entirety. And then I'll say also how UCAP itself is designed will, I think, lend itself to whether, you have better accounting rules, whether it actually leads to kind of a more consistent program. So just my really quick last piece on that is that, I think in our data, we've seen consistently, and Peter said this, that UCAP light or ambient D rates due to temp are very predictable. Right now, it's kind of a madhouse on whether suppliers end up selling that capacity or not. I think that's an easy win for everyone to agree to. It's a very predictable, clean way to introduce UCAP. I think once you get beyond that and you do E4D and you fold in slice of day and then you fold in the different LRAs, things get complicated very quickly. One impact of this that I see is that historically we've seen in the data some, forced outages are random. You could have a really bad year and that'll penalize you going on for several years. One way RAP addresses this is they look at the historical 6 years and then they throw out the worst year. So I think as we develop UCAP, looking at how other ISOs, other areas have developed it to have the best incentives going forward probably is the best way. But again, I don't know if that's the CAISO's problem. I think the CAISO really should focus on its default counting rules and PRM and then integrating UCAP into its availability incentive mechanisms and other RA rules. Thanks, Jeff.
Great, thank you very much, Carrie. Yeah, very impressive how everyone was able to manage getting through an awful lot of content in a short amount of time. So it's fantastic, and it leaves us with a clean 20 minutes to have some discussion. So I will open it up to Q&A. I just ask that that folks who would like to chime in try and keep their comments focused on the content that was discussed by the participants. If you'd like to discuss something a particular panelist said or spoke to, please identify them in your question. If there's a particular person or persons that you would like to have address your question. So let's go ahead and open it up and see who's interested in asking a question or providing some discussion.
Do we have any questions on the phone only line, Yolande?
If you wish to ask the question on the phone only line, please press #2.
We do have Kyle who's raised his hand.
Advocates. I guess this question is maybe for Meg and Carrie, but interested to hear from others. One of the things that I've been thinking about in all this is that the CPUC's modeling already accounts for the entirety of the CAISO. So when the CPUC does an LOLE model, that is representative not just of the CPUC as its own LRA, it's representative of the entire CAISO. So I guess I'm just kind of curious to know if you could talk about some of these questions about how counting rules would affect or what, sorry, struggling to come up with an articulated question here, but trying to tee up a response related to how you see CAISO's role in this, maybe in terms of cohering assumptions when the CPUC is to some degree doing that right now.
Meg, do you want to go first? Or do you want me to go?
Oh, Meg, you're on mute.
Yeah, I can answer that first. So I'll just give my thoughts at a high level. I think that's a really good question. And the way that I'm hearing it, it may or may not be right, Kyle, is you're really asking for how should we be thinking about potentially reconciling the CPUC's role as an LRA for a significant portion of load in the CAISO, the smaller LRAs like the ones that I represent, and then the CAISO's responsibility for overseeing reliability within its BAA. Is that kind of what your question is getting to?
It's definitely aimed in that direction, and I'm less interested in I'm not trying to put LRAs. I'm not trying to pit LRAs against each other here. I'm trying to think through how does CAISO take this product that is produced by the CPUC and includes everyone in the CAISO, and how do we make the most of that as a resource?
Yeah, so I am not as familiar with what work product the CPUC is producing as some of the other panelists might. But, you know, from the Six Cities perspective, I think it's important that we retain the ability as our own LRA to set counting rules. But at the same time, we're very interested in coordinating, obviously, with the CAISO. But I don't think that there is, I don't think that there is interest for just having the ISO sort of distill a CPUC policy into sort of policy across the CAISO footprint without coordination and consultation with all of the LRAs that have authority and responsibility for resource planning. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, thanks.
I'll reply too. So I think your question presumes a little bit that the LOLE modeling that the CPUC does directly outputs a planning reserve margin that's then used. And that's not really what happens, right? And that's not the CPUC's proposed way to set the LOLE or the PRM going forward. You know, they have a different proposal out there than a direct LOLE to PRM model. So I think that even though the CPUC is doing that modeling, and yes, it's inclusive of all resources, not just the CPUC jurisdictionals, it actually is not filtering into the RA requirement in quite the way I think your question is implying. And so to me, the CAISO's role there would be to better connect that LOLE modeling with reliability standards for the entire balancing area. And so, you know, you'd want to coordinate that modeling with the CAISO's modeling. And so they're using the same assumptions. And so it's really crystal clear that at least that modeling is the same. And then the CPUC can use that to set their PRM or not, but at least the CAISO has that that kind of joint assumption and agreement on what the right PRM would be, you know, under whatever counting rules, whether it's the LRAs, another LRAs, or the CAISOs. But I think that disconnect is really challenging.
Thanks.
I could also just add, agree with everything that Carrie just said. I just to put a little bit more context around it is today things are structured as CAISO having a default accreditation, which is not a minimum accreditation, and they have a default PRM, which is not a minimum PRM, and they're essentially doing a pass through directly from the LRA into their say LSE shortage CPMs, right? But they're also CPMing and exceptionally dispatching for other reasons. So the point I was trying to make before, and we all do a really good job of tiptoeing around this, but the way that I look at it is who ultimately has the reliability responsibility, who's going to be assessed the NERC penalties whenever they don't perform. And it's really the balancing authority area that has that reliability. So to the extent that the culmination of all of these programs are not producing a result that CAISO finds as reliable, CAISO will backstop. And then they will have costs to allocate due to that backstop. So in my mind, it would be very enlightening if CAISO could talk more, not on this call, but if CAISO could talk more about what would be behind this sort of month ahead reliability assessment that could potentially lead to a backstop decision. Separate from that, you could then do similar to how you do a flexible CPM cost allocation, where you divvy it first to the local regulatory authorities that were short, and to the extent that they do not have a cost allocation mechanism or a cost allocation that goes to individual LSEs, you could provide a default for that as well. I know I got a little bit prescriptive there, but in my head, it's always been, hey, CAISO, you have the reliability responsibility. You're going to do backstop to meet that. It's more about who should be paying for that backstop, assuming you can backstop to meet your reliability goal.
Thanks.
Jeff, can I respond to what Perry said? Are we having a conversation or are we just taking questions?
No, I think it's good to have a discussion.
So on what Perry just said about it's the CAISO's role, and they're the one who gets the NERC penalties, and they're the one who sets the, the reliability, and they'll backstop to it. I think that's open for debate. We had, I mean, it was in 2020, but we had Steve Burbrick after the 2020 blackout say, we operate the resources we are given. Historically, I think the CAISO has been really hesitant to agree with that statement and say, they're the ones who are responsible for system reliability, because ultimately that jurisdictional divide is set by state statute, which points to the CPUC in consultation, with the CAISO. And I'm getting into, I know, Meg, you probably know this better than I do. But I actually think it's a little bit up for debate how much the CAISO can push that CPM backstop authority. Let's say, like hypothetical, let's say all LRAs decided to set their PRM at 10%. What is the CAISO actually allowed to do under their tariff? I think that's debatable, and I think that's where we get into a lot of challenges here, because the CAISO doesn't, have the jurisdictional authority to set a minimum, to have that much of a say in LRAs, PRMs, and counting rules, absent perhaps like gross negligence.
I agree with that. So Steve did say, he did say that we operate the resources that were given. This is a little bit of the dancing around it that has been going on, because at the same time he was making those remarks, the IOUs were telling their customers, sorry, we're dropping you because CAISO said so. And I just get back to California ISO as a balancing authority area. Any other balancing authority area in the West, if they needed capacity, the balancing authority would go out and purchase it and get it committed so that they don't have to shed load. So that is to say that if all of this stuff happens and you still don't have enough, the only entity there to avoid the wrath of FERC and NERC coming down on you is CAISO. So one tool in the toolkit has been the rotating outages. It's planned. It's it has a procedure. It wasn't a real blackout. But forbid if it were to happen, you'd be in that situation. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, no, I mean, arguably, sort of, I guess my reaction to some degree is that all of this is, FERC basically has given the level of reliability to the local regulatory authorities, to the states. The state legislature pretty much has split that between the PUC and those who are not under PUC jurisdiction. There is some question to some degree as to how that gets operationalized, and that's sort of what we have been doing. Certainly the CEC is working on its own planning reserving margin study and for the POUs and looking at that. I agree that all of this is, it is somewhat messy. I think and it really needs to some degree to be thought through as to sort of who takes what responsibility. If we get to the point where there's the ability to turn load off and essentially target the blackouts to particular LSEs, which may happen or may, technologically may happen at some point, then it might make sense to move in that direction so that some LSEs or LRAs could choose to have lower planning reserve margins. But when things get tight, it would be essentially those would be the ones who would essentially suffer the outage. Part of the problem is that reliability is a public good, and everybody, for the most part, is subject to the same level of reliability. And so we're really dealing with a classic public good type of problem where who pays, how do they pay, how do we make sure everybody is doing the right thing? And so it is a difficult problem. It would be easier if the responsibility for reliability were not split between different LRAs, but they are in California, and that's where we are.
So I'd like to jump in. You know, I think there's a shared responsibility across LRAs. I agree with Peter for reliability. And I also think there's a shared or a common interest in ensuring the reliability of the footprint across LRAs. And I'm a little concerned in hearing this discussion that there is kind of this presumption that somehow we're going to become less compliant with RA requirements, or that we're somehow going to be not planning to the standards that we have historically and responding to new challenges that might result in a potential increase in standards that need to be met. So I just wonder about the backstopping conversation is one that can be very charged because it deals with questions of fault and blame and, tolerance for outages and who's leaning. And that's a really difficult conversation to have. But I think it would be good to have more of a sense of whether, the scope of anticipated backstop going forward is expected to be large. I mean, we've seen information from the ISO that shows that many LRAs, the majority of LRAs, are meeting a PRM of at least 15%. I know there's a conversation to be had about whether that is sufficient going forward, but I just don't think we should let the question of sort of cost allocation and who's at fault for maybe not fully meeting a particular standard overtake what really is a shared interest in ensuring a reliable grid across the footprint.
Yeah, this is from Partha Melvadko from the CAISO. I thought I'd weigh in as well. I'm not, just as an FYI, we have our backstop processes scheduled for a future working group discussion, and so I certainly look forward to engaging in those processes. At least to Meg's point, during our outreach and everything we've heard, I don't think there's any LRA or LSE that's looking to not have an effective, reliable, efficient program. I think there might be questions about how we get there, how do we partner, but at least in the topic for this panel, around resource counting and availability and performance incentives, it did seem like there was, a lot of unity in terms of working together, working with the state entities, including the different LRAs, informing consistent and effective programs going forward. And I think that's something that there's been a number of comments and questions, including from Perry and from Peter, in terms of how we're partnering with the PUC. And we do have regular outreach with them, and we're certainly looking at how we can move these forward in consultation with the PUC as well as in consultation with the other LRAs. And so, yeah, I was going to say, I really appreciate, the dialogue here. To me, I think the question on backstop, what's our role in backstop? How can we be effective in our backstop processes that work in conjunction with the LRA programs is a very complicated question, particularly in the tight market conditions that we're seeing. But I think just as more of an FYI, we do have that scope for a future working group topic, and it'll be looking forward to that discussion too. But I just thought I'd weigh in on those topics. So yeah, thanks again.
I apologize for taking it there. That's just where the logical end in my mind was. Honestly, though, you're grouping together various diverse local regulatory authorities at a CAISO level. There should be some diversity benefit there, and CAISO's single requirement should not necessarily be more than what the aggregate requirement is across the LRAs, considering that there is some diversity there. I just haven't seen we haven't seen the counterfactual calculation of that.
And Meg, I apologize if I touched on CPM and made it sound like there was at fault. You know, Perry and I actually designed the CPM together when we were at the CAISO. And to us, it's just a backstop market, and that it's one that actually could be used and has a cap on it. So I think when we talk about it, we don't associate it with failure or blame in the same way the LSEs do. We think it's just like a cool market mechanism that actually could be used. Yeah.
And to maybe away from backstop into the question of capacity counting and accreditation, I think, Carrie, this is something that you mentioned, but capacity counting and the PRM setting are directly related to each other. So if there are different ways of doing it, you can still reach the same outcome depending on how you do the counting and how you set the PRM. So maybe that's a place to start, is how do we ensure, regardless of how you're counting, as long as you set the PRM in a way that's consistent with how you're counting, different LRAs can do different things and we can still reach a reliable outcome.
Terrific. Thank you very much to the panelists. And we're not done, but I just wanted to note there was one question that was brought up by one of the working group members, and it stimulated a fantastic discussion that covered an awful lot of ground amongst all the panelists. So thank you very much for all of you chiming in. I do think we're running just a little bit late, but I would love to take one more question from the working group. If there's someone else who has a question, and we did cover so much ground answering this last question. Let's see if there was some ground that wasn't covered. So please raise your hand if you'd like to ask the panel a question. Well, there was no one in the queue waiting, and I'm not seeing anyone raise their hand at this point. And as I noted, that one question stimulated about 8 different topics that got covered amongst the panelists. So I appreciate that. That was great.
Does this mean we can ask you a question, or we can ask the CAISO a question?
Sure. Why not? You
Carrie.
Carrie, do you have a question for CAISO?
No. You go.
If I only get one. When will CAISO have this all resolved, or will we be in working groups for the next 2 years?
That's an excellent Jeff question. Actually, I mean, I think that was sort of like one of the questions that we had, was that Jeff teed up early on, was what's that process of moving some of these topics forward towards resolution, or at least towards more of the policy development phase and solution phase. And so I think that, like, we're looking at particularly, like, I'll give my feedback, but I think we'd like to hear from others, obviously, is, a lot of people sort of have agreement around some of the challenges of resource counting, as well as our RAIM incentives. And so that's sort of one set of topics. And particularly with the pace at which the PUC is moving, there might be an impetus to sort of look at how we can develop out sort of a comprehensive package together, working with the different LRAs. And so the second set of topics that we've got a lot of feedback on is on the substitution rules and some of the challenges associated with substitution. So I think that, like, part of what Jeff's going to be helping facilitate is making sure that we get good feedback from participants, understanding sort of where different participants are at. Do we have really, and as Jeff, I think, alluded to well, coming up with 100% consensus on it being ready to move is obviously a very challenging topic. But if there are people who had major issues, we want to make sure that we have a chance to hear them and get comments and to take in all that feedback before we move to the more of that sort of normal policy development process. Is that helpful, Perry? Or any corrections, Jeff?
Yeah, no, that's really helpful. I'd like to see this move towards, what seems like the low-hanging fruit here is exactly what Carrie was talking about. If we can take a conceptual UCAP and figure out how RAIM fits with that, I mean, that would be a logical kind of conclusion of this type of panel discussion, given the name of the panel. And if we could get some kind of direction on that, whether it's a small, topic in the next working group or something, I think that would be really valuable.
Let me chime in. Thank you, Perry and Partha. So I spent a fair amount of time talking with the CAISO staff on how to develop this off-ramp, because we were starting to feel like some of these topics were, the understanding of the topic was mature enough, the relationship between aspects were mature enough in the sense that people understood them. There was some agreement, there was an issue, some agreement, and that we wanted to try and make sure that this wasn't an infinite for next loop of working groups, and that there was an off-ramp so that something could get put into a space outside of the normal working group space, written up concisely and clearly, and then moved into the market initiative process for consideration there. So I appreciate you asking the question. Nobody here answered your question when, but I think towards the end we'll get to the how, and that's a half step to when. All right, so there's no one else in the queue, and we're sort of into break time here. We were planning on taking a break. I think we kind of ate into it. Why don't we take a 5-minute break and come back at 2:45? So we'll see everyone at 2:45. All right. Well, I hope 5 minutes was enough for everybody to stretch their legs and get the kinks out from sitting down all day. So we have a presentation coming up here from Aditya on potential modeling frameworks. Aditya has been a regular contributor through this working group, and I hope that everyone is back in their seats now. And I look forward to your presentation, Aditya. I'll hand it over to you now.
Thanks, Jeff. Can you confirm you can hear me?
I can.
Thank you. My presentation hopefully will be a brief one. It's basically talking about the long-term plan, long-term RA study timeframe. As we discussed in November of last year, the idea is to think about RA across 3 different time horizons: the year ahead, years 2 to 4, and years 5 to 10. So we basically have not only a good look of how the RA situation is for the CAISO BA, but you also have forward-looking understanding of do we have enough procurement happening? Do we have enough being planned to facilitate the fleet transition from an RA perspective? Next slide, please. The focus of today's discussion is on the long-term visibility. So the idea is to collect planning information, resource plan data from all of the different LSCs, and then put that together and then get a view of the system long-term. Next slide, please. So in the summer assessment of last year, 2023, loads and resources assessment, we presented a long-term analysis of the CPUC's PSP. PSP was a view of the system in the future. So we basically looked at that portfolio for 5 different years in the future, and then looking at an hyper scenario, calculated what the loss of load expectation is for that particular fleet. Then we also studied it for different hydro conditions, and then with an older hyper forecast. So basically, this will expand the same concept of analysis to go look more at what is the loss of load, how do we get to 0.1, once you get it to 0.1, what is the planning reserve margin, and the different resources that are part of it. How do you calculate ELCCs and stuff based on that expected resource mix going into the future. Next slide, please. What will be modeled? All RA eligible installed capacity, authorized procurement of new resources, IRP plans, and also important to model resource retirements in this time space, because as new capacity gets added to the system, you will also see retirements happen. So that information will be important. Retirement assumption. So I want to clarify what I mean here. It is not necessarily known firm retirement. It can be retirement assumptions. So that should give us a little bit more creative freedom to make reasonable retirement assumptions there. Study methodology is the same: stochastic production cost simulation models, and what we will calculate is the LOLE, the capacity shortfall or surplus, as I showed you earlier as an example, and then ELCC by resource types by year. Next slide, please. So how do we get the information? As we talked, the same idea is to expand the approach that we discussed earlier for the short term and midterm. It's to send out the LSC survey and get all of the study information that is necessary via the LSC surveys, both on resource additions and resource retirements. Can we go to the next slide, please? So there was a lot of feedback that we received on the midterm study scope. CAISO really appreciates each and every person and all the effort that went into providing us that particular feedback. I kind of put them into high-level themes and then provided CAISO responses to that particular theme of feedback. The ISO should leverage existing information and coordinate with CPUC rather than send a survey was one feedback theme. We looked at last few years of showings information, and the pool of resources that were shown to the ISO changed year over year. One important thing that we observed is as more storage became part of the system fleet, storage took a major portion of the fleet there. So you have more storage and solar coming online, and then less of the other two categories of resources. So there is resource combination of the pool of resources changing. So requesting information from LSEs would provide all of that data, partly because as that transition of adding more storage and more different kinds of resources from your resource mix, the analysis will be significantly different. Not all resources provide the same attributes. So based on the mix of resources and mix of attributes, the analysis results could be sensitive. So that is the primary reason for requesting information from the LSEs. The second theme of feedback was there is a concern that modeling results will be used for backstop. As we discussed earlier, the effort here is intended to provide insights and data to stakeholders because we do have analysis that each LRA can perform and look at LRA's fleet and resources. We have some other analysis that look at more broadly, but when you think about the CAISO BAA and understanding the reliability of all the resources and the fleet of resources is an important first step in gaining understanding of how is the system performing, do we have resource sufficiency. So the idea is to provide insight. Provide insight is the first goal or objective. Consider possible retirements and assumptions for future resource development is one of the things, and that is an important variable. So therefore, we are requesting information for every year. So as you see new resources being added, resources being retired, we want to know the fleet of resources that make your pool of resources. Then for the midterm and the long-term survey, the idea is to just collect the information for the peak month instead of 12 months of data. We thought about it, and there is so much information that even the LSE, LRA, and the ISO doesn't know when you go way into the future. So to reduce complexity of survey and modeling, we will just assume whatever was shown for the peak month as the available portfolio for that particular year. So it will minimize the complexity of modeling all of that, and also reduces the burden on the LSEs to provide survey responses. So the other thought that was expressed is how do we get to 100% survey response rate? What happens if we don't get enough information? I would like to expect that when we work one-on-one with different LSEs, we will be able to receive all of that information for studying purposes. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, CAISO plans to engage with LSEs to collect survey data, study data for the short term. Repeat, we are requesting non-binding 100% showings, soft showings. These responses will be used to determine the default PRM, and the data will be reported on an aggregated basis. So there is some sensitivity that a couple of commenters have expressed around, hey, we don't have contracts with them yet, we are in active negotiations, we don't want to list it, but so for the short-term portion, we can just give collective information reporting, we can talk about that. So we don't make your responses public for the short-term data. The midterm and long-term simulation models are reasonable assumptions, so the plan is to post all the models and the stochastic profiles that would use to study this on the CAISO website. So it will be accessible to all of you, so you'll be able to look at how the ISO studied the midterm and the long-term time frame modeling. Next slide, please. Yep, it's a repeat of what I was mentioning. Next slide. Yep, we have also attached the midterm and long-term, short-term survey responses, survey templates out here. The next step is to collect feedback from all of you on what else needs to be incorporated in this the short-term, midterm, and long-term survey responses. The approach is to work with each LSEs to get this information. There may be some LSEs that may not have participated in these working groups actively, so there might be a need for introduction on this concept, so that you all will have enough time to respond to the survey, and we will be available to answer any questions. I think that's the last slide of my presentation. I will take any questions.
If you have any questions, please go ahead and raise your hand. Well, it looks like no question. Oh, we do. We have a question from Doug. Let's go ahead and unmute Doug. Oh, looks like Doug unraised his hand.
Okay.
Oh, nope. Now Doug's back.
BAMX. On using the short-term data to establish the default PRM, can you elaborate on that and what the, like, how you would go about doing that and what would be the purpose of that? In other words, it seems like people are going to show what resources they have, and then you're going to determine whether you meet a 0.1 LOLE, but if you don't, are you going to raise the default PRM and essentially put the burden on anyone who hasn't established the PRM to make up any shortfalls and vice versa? And it just seems, and also in the short run, there's not much anyone can do about it anyway.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. So the shown capacity will form the basis of what fleet is available to the ISO, and then we calculate the reliability of that resources loss of load expectation. We say if it doesn't meet 0.1, how much more capacity needs to be added. And then we finally determine a fleet that meets a 0.1 and then calculate the planning reserve margin and give you default counting rules. So then that can be used that can be updated in the tariff. We also will have to figure out how frequently we want to go back and do this tariff update, not tariff update, the default PRM update, because as the fleet changes, I think it is important to continuously update, but every year might be too much, but maybe something like every 3 years could be an approach that we can explore, but that becomes the default PRM. So for the application of the default PRM, as I understand, is only to those LRAs that don't have their own PRM program, own RA program, right? It is, so if they have, and then they can just use theirs, and they don't, they default to what the CAISO's RA default counting rules and default PRM is.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems a little strange to me. It's like, I mean, it looks to me like you're using the short run information because it's the best information you have, right? It's the most up to date. You know, the midterm is a little more speculative and the long term's even more speculative. But I mean, I could see an argument to be made that if you were gonna take the adopted the resources that are, you know, being shown and use that to say, well, that tells you what the effective PRM is overall, and if you haven't adopted a PRM, you have to meet that PRM. But I don't know. I'm just a little puzzled by the logic of doing that, and especially because, I mean, I think it would make, to me, more sense to use the long-term analysis to set a default PRM, because that's something, you know, forward-looking that then sort of becomes an aspirational target that someone could then do something useful with in the next 5 years. Because in the short run, I think what maybe we should be talking about allocation of backstop procurement costs, and not what PRM you're going to use. And if you were going to establish the PRM, it seemed to me it would make more sense to use the overall average PRM that's implied by the people who have established one, not the one that makes up the difference.
It looks, thank you, Doug, for the comment. It looks like we lost Doug, or that Doug was finished and raised his hand. I'm sorry that I couldn't distinguish between those. So Adequacy, we have 2 more commenters here, and next up is Steve Keen.
Listen, yeah, this is kind of following up on Doug was asking, going back. When you talk about doing the short-term survey, you say you're requesting non-binding 100% soft showings for the year ahead. Would you be asking the LSEs to say, okay, what do you have under contract now? Or are you asking them to estimate how they're going to meet their RA requirements? And there's a distinction there. What I'm trying to get at is, you know, they may not have fully contracted for 100% for the year ahead, especially for the non-summer months and other stuff, you know, and a lot of that, they're still working on filling stuff in at that point. Are you asking them to, you know, and I guess this goes forward when you're talking about the survey, like, you know, even for the long term, they may not know how they're going to meet those requirements in, you know, 2 years, or especially not in 5 years. And so I guess my question is just, are you asking them to forecast what they're going to put in, or are you simply asking what they already have under contracts? That's kind of part one. And then part two is, doesn't the CAISO already have kind of an indication of which resources are coming online, you know, through the queue and the, you know, that has estimated COD dates in it? When you're looking out for 2 years or even in 5 years especially, wouldn't that be a more useful source of information to plug in the resources, especially for working backwards to figure out what PRM you need?
Yeah. Thanks, Steve. Can somebody confirm that they can hear me still, because my audio was having issues earlier?
I can hear you.
Okay, sweet. So Steve, for the short term, yes, we would like to ask to the LSE to take a pen and reasonably forecast water resources. We are expected to provide that short-term obligation needs year ahead. So the idea there is, when I said the short-term survey responses will not be shared in entirety, it will be shared on an aggregated basis, is to eliminate some of the concerns that we've heard through comments on, hey, there could be some market-sensitive information or some sensitive information because we are still in the contract negotiations with parties. We don't want to use that. But for the analysis purposes, that should probably be in this format, okay? And then when it comes to queue, the queue has so much generation in the cluster 15. I don't know how many gigawatts it is. It's a lot of resources. So we would like the LSE to, again, share their planning information on what resources are most likely going to be added to the system in the future. Right? These are guesses, but the LSE is a better guess for that particular footprint than what we will be able to take a broad brush and estimate. And the other piece I'll mention is when you talk about the planning reserve margin or any of the any of the calculations around the RA paradigm are very sensitive to the resource mix and resource performance. So we would like to be able to take the known resources or projected resources and study for that portfolio and provide information. I hope those answers your question, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, I think the way I understand getting to a PRM by calculating an LOLE and determining what the set of resources are that do that, and then seeing what the PRM is that implies. I'm sensing that this is kind of a circular problem, really. You know, asking the LSEs what resources they're buying, you know, that depends on the PRM that they're planning to, but it's also, you know, which ones are coming available to them. And I'm not sure how to, I don't have a solution right now. I'm just trying to think this through and understand what's the best way. And I'm not sure having LSEs, you know, to the extent that they're putting down what they know they're buying or what they're looking at, that's fine. But the further out you get, you know, asking them to opine on what they're planning on buying 5 years out, you know, I don't know that they're going to know what that is. I'm not sure that that's any better than, you know, what the CAISO could get making reasonable guesses from the queue.
Yeah, for the future, I think we would need the type, timing, amount of resource, right? In a plan, you can just, the LSE can respond and say, hey, battery storage 200 megawatts 2029 is all that I think that is sufficient with some 4-hour battery or whatever that particular thing is. They have a CAISO queue number, they can share that for the midterm and long term. But that is what we are trying to say. Is the resource mix going to be storage, solar, wind, what are you planning for in that 10 years out? Because what you assume also has an implication on what the result is going to look like. So it's the chicken and egg problem, right? Back in the 70s and 80s, the same group of people were doing generation planning, connecting it to the grid, resource planning, operations, so it's all in the same department. So that was a lot different time frame. And now when you have different LSCs, LRAs, BA, you're trying to bring all of these functions together. So we are having RA visibility across all time horizons. So thank you, Steve.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Steve. And then we have Carrie Bentley next, and then Noah Tang.
Oh, I can unmute myself now. Sorry. I guess because I was on the panel, I was waiting to be unmuted. Hi, Carrie Bentley, WPTF. I just wanted to respond to Doug's comment because it didn't sound like anyone from the CAISO really did. And I wanted to say we feel the importance of this is to set the default counting rules and default PRM, which is used exclusively within the RA program. And so LRAs could choose to use it or not. It's not like someone's going to accidentally forget to set a PRM and then use it. It seemed like that was your implication. And so because it's for the RA program, not for IRP or resource development or planning, I think it is appropriate to use near-term resources and near-term LOE assumptions to set something for the RA program, which is, just a year out. So that makes sense to me. And then I think a key aspect or maybe key follow-up use of this study, which hasn't been talked about too much, is that, in the next, 5 years or so, we're going to start having to retire our gas fleet. And it's the CAISO as an organization that's the one that decides whether a resource can retire or not. And it's up to their studies whether they think the grid will maintain reliability. And in that function, they don't have to point to the LRA. It's totally up to the CAISO as a balancing area to say, can this asset retire? Yes, no, and will we be reliable? And so if the CAISO doesn't develop their own studies and get a really good handle on what they think is going to be built and around, I don't see any way for them to meaningfully do that study and allow retirement. And I know that's still maybe a few years out, but it's coming up rapidly, and these studies take time for everyone to come to agreement about assumptions. So we really see that as a key benefit of doing this study now. Even if no one uses the default counting rules, no one uses the default PRM, at least now we have a basis for deciding retirements going forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Carrie.
Okay.
And last person in the queue is Noah Tang.
From Middle River Power. I wonder whether or not you're overcomplicating the midterm survey here. To me, it seems like you can, you don't need to know exactly what LSEs have procured in years 2 through 4, because you have a set of resources that will probably come online, and you can get that information by working with the CEC/CPUC, because they do all the IRP studies as well. What I would say is, if you want to know what the LLE of the portfolio and PRM might look like, you can start building that portfolio, sort of a most conservative portfolio, using all the use limited resources, renewables, batteries, and build up until you sort of run out of that stack and you need to get into a thermal fleet. You can run that analysis on a month-to-month or on an annual basis and figure out what the portfolio needs to be to get to that PRM. You don't need to know any of that information for purposes of giving or setting a default PRM.
No, the short-term study is the only study that will set the default PRM. The midterm and long-term is informational pieces. So if you go back to a few slides where we had a table of the different timelines.
But the expectation. So maybe let me ask the question this way: do you expect your short-term PRM to differ significantly from your midterm?
Based on my previous experience, yes. Depends on the fleet composition and the forecast and fleet performance. It can vary a little bit up and down. So yeah, I will just say it can vary up and down.
No, understand it. They can vary up and down because you have multiple moving pieces, including load, including and certainly the supply mix. But if you're simply, your 2025, your year 2 through 4 is generally going to be like, what do we think we conservatively need to maintain 0.1 LOE that LSCs need to bring to the table, right? It's not, here's the exact type and specifications and quantities of such resources at all. Because we understand year to year, NQCs are going to change. We understand load is going to change. So I think if you're going to ask for, particularly for years 2 through 4, from LSCs, what they have procured for things which they may not have procured, I think you're overcomplicating the need for purposes of your midterm survey.
Maybe I want to try it differently. No, I think so. Right now, in the current operating environment, we have LSCs planning up to their LRA's requirement, and different LRAs have their own rules, and then all of that LRA requirement is shown to the CAISO BA, and the CAISO BA has access to all of these resources, and that's what they operate, right? That is the current paradigm. What we are saying is, the idea is, in the year ahead, is to just look at that shown resources and we say, hey, is that enough as a system? We don't know if the system BA is getting sufficient resources. That is the first row there. The second row is saying, hey, for the years 2 to 4, are the LSCs planning for enough capacity in that time frame? So if we say, hypothetically, if we say 15% is the requirement and collectively it lands at a 14%, then there is this 1% gap that shows up in years 2, 3, 4. What we are trying to highlight is, if there is a gap in the planning space as it relates to meeting a 0.1 LOE, this one will highlight that part. And the reason I don't want to make any assumptions on what that capacity is, it is basically an assessment of what the different LSCs are doing in that time space. Right, and that's the only way for me to get that information is through LSCs.
Well, you could make a general assumption that you're going to have all your solar, wind, hydro, and so other resources, youth and wind resources, procured. I think that would be a very conservative assumption, input. Once you run out of your stack and you have to get to the thermal resources, I think that's when you would build. That's your very conservative. If the BAA, or I'm sorry, if the LRAs and their respective LSCs bring you a better portfolio, then certainly the PRM can go down in order to meet the 0.1 LOE. But for purpose of the ISO, I think you should. Why don't you make the assumption that you're going to have the most conservative portfolio? The specificity and granularity of what you may get from LSCs may not be as important here. for years 2 through 4.
Yeah, if you go to the couple of slides down which has another table, Noah, I want to show you this one. Even producer, can you go to 95, I believe? Yeah, so this is an analysis of the TSP portfolio. So that alternative already exists, right? So you can just say if TSP is our portfolio evolution, then we already have an assessment of that in there. So the idea of the concept of RA visibility is to provide on an annual basis as your plans are changing, as you're planning, hey, what is the contribution or implication of that to the overall system BA, LOLE perspective. So it is more than that, because I want the analysis to be used and useful to be able to do that. If you participate and provide me that information that feeds right into the model, then the analysis outcome will help inform and guide your decisions. Right. I'm not seeing why that information is less.
Is less? Sorry.
No, I'm just wondering what is the concern with that requesting that information, because any other source of data I have is
got it.
Again, a broad brush.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is a little bit of, seems to me like what's the terminology here? Paralysis by analysis. You know, I think to me it seems I think you have general support for short-term, mid-term, and long-term survey studies, and we seem to every working group meeting, we seem to go around and around in circles about what are the inputs that we should be doing. And so I'm coming to you as you don't need for particularly for midterm and long-term studies, you don't need such granularity. You can make some assumptions on what you think will be shown for the next X amount of years. And rather than going through a process of asking every single LLC, what are you going to procure for the next 5 years? Or what you have already procured for the next 5 years and so on. And let's get on with the actual running of the analysis. Does that help?
So with one clarification, I'm not asking for what are you going to procure. We're asking for what is your plan, right? So procurement is that.
Sure, and you've heard back from, you know, like Steve from Edison saying, I don't know what that may be yet, right? And so therefore, that's why I'm suggesting, don't worry about the granularity of the resources. Just make some assumptions on a very conservative portfolio and go from there.
Maybe let's touch base offline, because I don't see it that way. So I want to talk more, and then we can come back to the working group next time and explain.
Great.
Yeah. Thanks, Noah.
All right. Thank you, Noah. We don't have any other questions or comments for you, Aditya. Thank you very much for the presentation, and also for the discussion with the panelists or the participants who wanted to ask you questions. So thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right, well, let's go to the wrap up. And I would like to do the slides in a little bit different order. If we could go to the last slide, page 105. Great. I'll start there, and then we'll come back to the other two slides. But I wanted to have an opportunity to talk about this off-ramp from discussion in the working group to you know, identifying as a mature topic and putting it on a path to promotion for the you know, market design initiative process with an action plan. So as I mentioned earlier, I spent quite a bit of time talking with CAISO staff about how do we do this. It's an issue that's been encountered in other working groups, and I think internally, CAISO is still trying to determine, to what extent are there objective criteria? How do we set up the criteria? There were issues with voting. So voting is an imprecise matter in working groups for a couple of different reasons. You might have an overwhelming number of participants in a meeting from one sector. I don't think in California sectors have been clearly defined for voting purposes. So there were issues with kind of having a formal vote. The poll was discussed, and I'm in number 2 on this slide. I'll go back up and cover number 1 in a minute, but I just want to give you a sense of what some of the challenges were in trying to come up with criteria, objective criteria. So I won't belabor the issue because I'm sure you can imagine some of the issues around sentiment or polling or voting. So I'll wrap that aspect up, but I want to plant that seed. Let's go back up to item 1, maturity of an issue. So we've been going through this process of a straw proposal for a problem statement, and then a lot of discussion through different working group meetings about what are some of the sub issues within that problem statement? How are those related to other initiatives or issues that are being discussed? How is it an ISO issue or a CPUC issue? How are those related? Where's the CPUC in addressing this or accounting for it in their process? So there's a lot that's come about, and then you have the insights brought to the group by individual participants and their perspectives. Then you have the insights brought to the group by CAISO staff that have provided either some level setting understanding presentations or some analysis or deep dives, in accompanying Q&As. And that's a dynamic process too. So I think we've seen some analysis prepared and presented that was not necessarily anticipated, but that came up in discussion a couple of working group meetings earlier. So there is a bit of an evolutionary process, but at some point, these are just discussed in here. The issue's been presented and discussed. Comments and edits to the problem statement by participants have been received. Presentations provided from CAISO staff and others. We had a nice panel discussion today that generated, one question from a participant generated a fantastic discussion among panelists, which was great. And so there's somewhat of that evolution. And I think, a lot of these meetings, issues have come up where working group participants have identified analysis that they think would be insightful to understanding how much of a problem is this sub-issue. And so there is a bit of an evolution, and I think for some topics, we've gone through that, some or most of that evolution, and so it's time to start. And so those processes are mature. There may not be a consensus on the exact wording of the sub problem statement. There may not be a consensus on the exact articulation of how much of a problem it is, or what is the source of the problem within that issue, but it's mature enough that it can be written up and participants can have an opportunity to comment on it, and then the write-up would be revised. So, but in between this evolutionary process of information dissemination and digestion and non-consensus, but input on the write-up of the problem, the articulation of the problem and its source, and potential remedies, is getting stakeholder input. And so again, there's issues with voting, per se, that are probably not solvable outside of a different working group process where voting rules and counting rules are discussed and semi-agreed upon and codified, maybe by sector or something like that. And that's a completely different process that would take a long time, I would imagine. But outside of that, just getting a poll. So through conversations with CAISO staff, we recognized that there wasn't going to be a consensus. We recognized if it was a half or 2/3 affirmative to move it forward. If it's half, why not 2/3? If it's 2/3, why not half? Why not 51%? So rather than try and be specific, we decided to take a slightly different approach, and it's more of a sentiment approach, and it's more of a check to see if there's just a very strong, from some participants, a very strong aversion to moving the issue forward through an action plan to the initiative process. And so, as some of these issues or clusters of sub-issues mature, and as I said, I think we're moving in that direction on a few of them, we'll be taking a poll and we'll be looking for, is there a general sentiment that it should be moved forward? That's one thing. I don't know what a general sentiment is. As I said, 51%, 2/3. It's probably more of a general sentiment. Does there seem to be some mass around moving it forward? It doesn't have to be everyone. But one of the other things that would come out of the poll is strong objection. With support, with justification for the strong objection. And then that gives CAISO staff an opportunity to follow up with those that strongly object and have a conversation and get a more detailed, potentially more detailed articulation of the objection. See if it can be resolved, do an assessment as to whether or not it's a showstopper for the issue, and then getting back to the general sentiment of whether the issues or a group of sub-issues should be moved forward. Once the strong objection is assessed and potentially addressed, then the issue would be moved forward through a action plan that again is available to all participants, input provided. You can make specific edits, you can just make general comments, you can highlight that aspects were omitted that were important and support why they were important, and so forth. And then the action plan, again, in a group like this, it's not possible to have one thing that satisfies everybody's needs that's doable, but that feedback will be taken into account and incorporated into the action plan to the extent that makes sense and makes the action plan better. And so at that point, the action plan would be forwarded into the consideration for inclusion in the initiative process. And then that set of sub-issues would no longer be a topic in working group meetings. So that's the general idea. And as I said, we spent quite a bit of time discussing explicit criteria, and there was nothing satisfying. And based on my personal experience, so at ISO New England, there are sectors, and there are issues with sector voting there. But that structure took a while for ISO New England's, and it was actually NEPOOL before that, I believe, that set up this sector structure. But it took a while to set that up, and it took a while to get consensus, and there wasn't really consensus, but a structure came out of that provided a voting platform that's way outside the scope of this working group, and something that would take, like I said, quite a while to structure. But without something like that, you're really looking at sort of a sentiment, and I think that can be divined from a poll. And what also can come out of a poll is very strong objection, and those were some of the general sentiment criteria, without being super explicit, with explicit thresholds that CAISO staff seem to be comfortable with for being able to determine if there's a critical mass to move forward. So having said that, and there's a note at the bottom of this slide that notes this is this is not the last bite at the apple to comment on or shape the perception of or to shape the design of something. This is the working group stage, which is designed to identify issues, justify why they're important enough to be fixed, identify related issues, and then move them forward for consideration. So there's a whole nother process where your comments and your insights into how to deal with these issues, there will be plenty of opportunities for those to be shared with the group and with that group and with the ISO. So having said that, I'll ask if there are any comments. And this isn't your only bite at the apple at this proposal, although we probably don't want to spend 8 meetings figuring out how to design an off-ramp for mature issues. But I'd be happy to take your comments, and I encourage you to comment on the off-ramp and what you think would enhance it or be better in your written comments. But I see that we have Mary Neal who has a comment, so please go ahead, Mary.
To make sure I understood your point 1 here on maturity of an issue, you mentioned the issue being discussed and presented in panels, and you know, we've been discussing in our comments this issue of PRR 1280 and discrepancies between CAISO and CPUC on DR resources. We've obviously had some discussion, we've written comments about it. We haven't really had formal presentations or panel discussions. So is the idea here that those formal presentations and panel discussion would be required by the CAISO for it to move forward?
It's more that they would be, that's a really good question. It's more that they would be sort of yard markers. So I wouldn't say that they're required, but if for a particular issue, we've gone through these stages and the information dissemination and the discussion has happened, and the group and the discussion starts to, I won't say stagnate, it matures and then hits sort of a static state where there's not really any new information. There's some agreement that a problem exists, and there's some agreement that it needs to be resolved. That with the fact that enough information has been disseminated that those positions can be can be well supported, that would be enough for it to move forward. If there's something that's very clearly not working and it's very clearly causing a problem, you may not need to go through all of these stages, but these stages are more of an indicator that enough information has been disseminated and digested and discussed that the collective understanding of the issue is probably fairly mature. And I should note also, Mary, so these working group meetings are a fixed amount of time, and it looks like they're actually happening, about almost twice a month, maybe 1.5 times a month. And there just isn't enough time to get all of them in up front. And so I think the faster we come to some general consensus on an off-ramp and start off-ramping some of these issues that appear to be higher priority for a larger portion of the group, then some of these other issues will move into the fore and be addressed explicitly through the same process of discussion, ISO presentations of analysis, maybe panels and so forth, and then they can be off-ramped also. So does that address your question?
I think so, to some degree. I think from our perspective, we had thought that a lot of formal presentation and panel discussion was really necessary just to get the issue into scope. I mean, I think we would think that once it's in scope, that it might be helpful to have more discussion about solutions to the problem. So, I don't want to I know we're running long here. I don't want to take up a lot of time, but it's just, I think, important for us to understand, the CAISO's input here, because I think on this issue, the PRR 1280, we think the CAISO is really the biggest stakeholder. that we need to hear from. So, but if, but I think for purposes of feedback on this side, I think it's just important to just sort of know what CAISO's view is on maturity, and if there is, things that we could do, provide further discussion to help move things along, we need to have that feedback from CAISO so that we could do that. I think that's the most important thing. So with that, I'll cede the floor. So.
Okay, thank you, Mary. Okay, I don't see any other hands up. So if we could go back 2 slides. Perfect. So here's the next steps. The next working group meeting is February 27th. It's a hybrid meeting. You can submit your comments on this working group meeting by Tuesday, February 27th. And there's an online link for you to do that. The link's provided here. You could also email them to myself, or you could email them to any of the regulars from CAISO staff who are on these on the panel side of these working group meetings, and they will be received and included in the summary and discussion next time. Next slide, please. So the proposed schedule through March, so that's 2 more meetings. So in February, on February 27th, there will be a review of overall modeling, a deep dive on planned enforced outage and availability incentives, more discussion of problem statement topics, and we will start to discuss action plans for some of the topics that have matured through this working group process. Then in March, also a hybrid meeting, March 13th, there will be a deep dive on the backstop process, and I'm sure that will be a very interesting discussion. Panel discussions on backstop measures, and we will, as we have every meeting, continue to discuss and hopefully better understand and potentially refine or clarify some of the problem statement topics. So that's it for today. I want to thank you all for your participation. Each of these meetings, I think the discussions get better and better, and we see more people joining in the discussion and sharing their perspectives. So I want to thank you for that. And I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your day.
The conference is now over. You may now disconnect.